Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome to the live stream today. We're watching Browns versus the Tennessee Titans. We already got 300 people in here before kickoff. The weather conditions, not a lot of wind, a little bit of snow, so pretty good for a December game at Cleveland Browns Stadium. The Browns kicked off to defer. So they will get the ball at the second half. They'll put their defense on the field. Pretty obvious no-brainer situation. If the Browns can get a special team stop here and they let the ball go to the 45.
Setting up the Titans quite nicely to start this game. Cam Ward, he's taken every snap, the number one overall pick in the draft so far this season. All rookies in passing yards, and Martin, longest current active throwing passes without a pick.
Yeah, that's big time. And for me, understand kind of where everybody is. And don't
All right, we get to see Cam Ward against the Cleveland Browns for the first time. I imagine they're going to run this ball a ton with Tony Pollard today. You can't ask Cam Ward to drop back a ton this week. And they're going to start with a handoff to Tony Pollard, and the Browns are going to stuff that one 3 yards behind the line of scrimmage, and they're going to force the Titans to throw the ball now. So much for that game plan. It looked like Mason Graham blew that whole thing up. Look, this one projects to be an ugly one. Both offenses have struggled, but both defenses have been playing good as of late.
big body, run a little bit. So the two tight end formation is going to be big today for the Tennessee Titans.
And both teams run a ton of 12. Buckeye Steve says, Q, I'm a huge OSU fan, so disappointed about last night. That said, I'm sold on Mendoza. Hey, look, big picture here. If you're an Ohio State fan, you're probably still winning a national championship, so you don't have to be too sad about winning the Big Ten championship. I understand it's been a while since you guys have won the Big Ten championship, but you guys are probably going to win a national championship. That being said, yeah, Mendoza passed his Ohio State test. He'll probably get another one if Indiana plays as well as they did in that game. Well, they didn't even really play that well. But if Indiana can get healthy over these next 3 weeks, we might see a rematch in the national championship game. And how fucking exciting would that be? 3rd and 11. They're going to send Miles off, a little chip screen. Nice action that they called there. That was a really nice play call by Tennessee. They knew that the Browns were going to be trying to get that record here, so they leave Miles one-on-one with a wide receiver or a running back right off the line, but it's a decoy to slip him out, and it's basically a slip screen. Really good play design, really good play call, taking advantage of the Browns' aggressiveness here early on, and the Titans are driving down the field.
Down for Tennessee.
Bad defense on the kick return. We know Bubba Ventrone struggles there, but the Browns only have given up those 2 chunk plays so far. Huge penetration on the line of scrimmage. He runs over one man, but Carson Schlesinger cleans up Tony Pollard there. We're gonna get on a 2nd and 9 again.
Ron, you saw that play going to the left right there. I would run it 95.
Yeah, Mendoza was impressive, especially in the clutch, and I think that's where Mendoza has really, I think, made the most ground this season. We all knew that he had the throws. The tape from Cal was pretty impressive from that standpoint, from a tool standpoint. The question was, how does he handle big-time games, big-time moments? And this year, he's had a few big-time moments, and he's answered all of them with pretty good answers. Evil Lincoln says, speaking of Mendoza, I now understand what Q meant by a certain personality with him with that post-game interview. This is why I think Mendoza's going to have a hard time going number 1 overall, because he has an acquired taste personality, right? He's not going to be everybody's cup of tea, and there might be some coaches that get a little cold feet about it. I don't think that would be the Browns building that would get cold feet about that. I think they would find him charming. But you know, he's not for everybody, right? There are going to be some football guys that don't like it because he's a nerd.
3.5 sacks last time.
3rd and 6 here. Browns trying to limit this drive to a field goal. Myles Garrett gets a little pressure off the edge, and again, they're just running nice actions at the pressure that Myles is coming at. So they're just running stuff right at Myles, and they're throwing right at him. And good job by Cam Ward making a quick decision. I was surprised this week when I talked to Justin Mello, who covers not only the draft, but also the Tennessee Titans, on how high he's been on Cam Ward so far this season. If you talk to people who've really been looking at the tape, they're pretty impressed with what they've seen from Cam Ward so far this year.
One of the plans so far early in this game.
From the 16-yard line, a fake. Ward faked again. Got down to
Yeah, you're not gonna shake Carson Schlesinger in space there if you're Cam Ward on the reverse here. But look, Tennessee doing a good job scoring, and points are going to be at a premium in this game. Both these offenses are historically bad this year as far as putting up points. And look, the Titans coming in confident. They put up 21, almost came back versus one of the better teams in the NFL, the Seattle Seahawks. So they're feeling confident. They're playing confident right now. No Malik Collins. We should see more Mike Hall. I think so.
extra lineman.
Right, they call them the Dudley boys in the middle. Right, Bubba Ray and Devon, Mason Graham and Mike Hall. Shout out to the person on Twitter who said that one first. And they're going to score. Elick Ayamaner from Stanford, wide receiver prospect I liked a lot coming out, and the Titans score here. This kind of reminds me in reverse of that 2019 game that the Browns had versus the Titans, where the Browns just went down the field so easily, so smooth here. I bet if you're a Titan fan, you're really excited about that drive, because that's the stuff that Cam Ward's really struggled with in his tape again in Miami, was the being on time stuff. And that was a nice on-time throw. He's playing on schedule right now. But again, it's that opening script of play. So we'll see what they go to or what the offense looks like once you get out of that opening script. But that first drive is always going to be the best punch at this defense, and they get 7 out of it. So that's big for them. Let's see if the Browns can answer.
Tosses his 8th touchdown pass of the season. Rookie to rookie, and a 7-0 early surprise from the Titans.
Have you heard the story?
And not to start the Browns defense wanted. It's going to be an interesting environment for the next 4 weeks because, again, the Browns are like one loss away from being eliminated from the playoffs. So winning and losing here, it's pretty inconsequential to the bigger picture. And, you know, some people might feel like it's more consequential to lose here in that picture. But, yeah, man, it's going to be an interesting environment here as we go on, right? You know, the Titans scored that touchdown. Not really a great thing for the defense, but opening drive, you know, they had a couple of really nice play calls in there. We'll see what they go to once they have to kind of get into their base offense. I think that's where the Titans are going to struggle. But points are going to be at a premium this week. So, you know, even getting 14, 20 points, it's big. That was the first opening touchdown drive of the year, and it was the Titans that did it from DA78247. So appreciate you, DA, with the super chat here. And if you want to join the show, you want to get your voice heard on the stream, make sure you hit that super chat or read all the super chats, or at least the ones that aren't trolling. But yeah, I think a lot of people's minds, right, in this stream, I mean, we just opened the show with 3 super chats about Mendoza, right? I think a lot of Browns fans' minds are what they watched on Saturday, right? Ohio State looking like a unbeatable, unsinkable ship all year. I mean, they hadn't played a close game all season. Ohio State fans were particularly confident about their ability to blow out Indiana. Indiana, who has been a mess of a program, right? So you're talking about the parallels here, right? If you're a Browns fan watching that game, you're seeing a quarterback in Mendoza being a part of something and creating history with a program that's synonymous with losing in the Big Ten, who hasn't won a Big Ten championship in since the World War II, and you're seeing him create that history, and it's not hard to project and think to yourself, hey, could he be that guy for us And I've been talking about it all year. Mendoza's a prospect I like a lot. Dante Moore is also there. If those two are in this draft class, I think that's really good for the Browns. It looks like the weather conditions have really picked up here on this drive. If you could see in the broadcast, Shador making his third start. Sly says, all that game showed me was how good Indiana's defense was. I think for that game, what it confirmed for me with Mendoza was like, hey, how does he perform in big time moments when you got to have it? Was it a great game overall by him? I don't think he would even say he played a great game in that one. But when he needed to make the big time throws to put the game away, he made those big time throws. And that's what matters, right? We know that he can put up points. We know that he can put up nice stats. He's done that all season. But like big time moments against big time opponents, can you do that? That's the one thing we didn't get from his Cal tape that you're getting all over his Indiana tape in the Big Ten. I mean, you win the net, like, look, and also you're the leading force behind a team that can be the number one seed in Indiana. I'm going to respect that because we saw how fraudulent that team looked without him last year. I swear on everything, if Watson plays in a non-emergency situation, I'm done watching this team for Ray Rags. Look, the report that came out from Ian Rappaport that potentially Deshaun Watson might be the bridge quarterback, it's the same spin that we've been hearing from Deshaun Watson's agents and his people for like a year and a half now. I don't think that's the plan, if I'm being honest with you. Maybe they'll let him compete to be the bridge quarterback in the offseason, but I don't think they're going to be eager to have that happen. So, yeah, I think he's going to be on the team because they're going to want to push his salary down the line. I think that's what that confirms, is that they're going to push the salary down the line and cut him in 2027. But I don't think he's like their first choice to be a bridge. I just think, he's a choice that could be possible. As the Browns go 3 and out here, and Jeffrey Simmons puts his wrist up in the air. And look, man, Jeffrey Simmons is a fucking problem. You can see him. He has them bright ass red sleeves on, and he is a problem. Look at it. 2-man, don't matter. Let me get to my spot. Boom. Tell me defensive tackle play doesn't matter. Go watch Jeffrey Simmons play for 4 quarters and tell me that shit don't matter. You know what I mean? He's a baller. Browns 4th and 12, backed up in their own red zone. And there's going to be a penalty here. So it's going to be backed up even further.
Called for the penalty to make it even more difficult. So Marquez has punted the most this season, and he led the NFL last year with 89 punts. That should tell you something about the Cleveland offense the last year and this year.
Well, this is where you get them to punt from inside the 10-yard line. Automatically, you're thinking 3 points at the very least.
Gets it out of there. It's a high, short kick.
And a shitty punt.
Running and waving teammates away as it drops and rolls to about the 46.5, 47-yard line. Strong defense from...
Not the greatest start for the Cleveland Browns here. Not the greatest start here. You got the defensive line blowing shit up. It's tough when you're backed up within the 10. You don't really have access to your full playbook. It's tough. We're going to keep an eye on some of the other games here throughout the day with the Sleeper app. Remember that this stream is brought to you by Sleeper. If you want to join Sleeper, use my promo code WORSTTAKE. Get up to 100% match on $100 when you use the promo code WORSTTAKE. Again, you can get a deposit match of up to $100 when you use the promo code WORSTTAKE. You got to check, make sure you're in a state that has Sleeper, but check it out. We do picks on Sleeper. We also do fantasy football, and they got scores, stats. They got a nice little feed there. A lot of great stuff on the Sleeper app, so make sure you go check it out. And they're bringing you this stream here today, so shout out to Sleeper. Got 636 people in here. Make sure y'all hit that like button. Why is Bubba not fired yet? Young Yogi. Look, the Browns have done this before. and they prefer to do it this way because they know what the perception is with the organization. They're not going to fire anybody midseason, right? We did this with Joe Woods 3 years ago, where it was obvious Joe Woods needed to be fired, and he didn't get fired in the middle of the season, and we were pretty upset about it. But eventually he got fired, right? Last year, the offensive line coach, Andy Dickerson, needed to get fired. We're like, why hasn't he been fired? It turned out that he kind of got fired behind the scenes, but they didn't officially let him go to the end of the year. Kajati Slayer says most Browns start of all time. Yeah, I mean, it's not a great start for them. Bad special teams, some good play calls by Tennessee, and then Jeffrey Simmons just blowing up your offensive line. It's going to be a tough night. Look, the Browns don't really match up well against the Titans. I think that's something that got lost in all the conversation about the Titans record. Thank you, Corey Roberts, with the $5 super chat. All right, so Cam Ward started off the last drive, 4-4 for 48 yards and a touchdown. He's gone 147 passes without an interception. So, again, he's playing some of his better football of the year. Kind of hit a rookie wall and got over it, but we're giving him excellent field position. The Browns have only had one drive backed up in their 10. This is the Titans' second time starting a drive in positive field position. They're plus 50, and then they're going to get a nice run here from Tony Pollard. It's going to get to him to a second and short on the 41-yard line. Special teams making sure for a top 5 pick. They're doing something all right.
Read zone, right? All of a sudden, the quarterback who ran it on that first series puts the ball in the belly of the back, and that whole backside, the linebackers don't constrict and creates running lanes for Tony Pollard. The effect of that quarterback.
Already hearing Mendoza's cousin comps, real or fake. I think there's some Kirk Cousins to his game. I think people kind of default to Kirk Cousins whenever it's a white dude who throws the ball out the pocket, if I'm being honest. I don't think people really differentiate how different guys work in the pocket. He's more of the Jared Goff, Matt Ryan variety. He's a deep ball guy. Like, he can throw a really, really pretty deep ball. Kirk Cousins didn't really have that to his game. So I think it's more Matt Ryan, Jared Goff. But, you know, anytime it's a white dude that passes the ball in the pocket, everybody defaults to Kirk Cousins. We're being honest here about why you're hearing Kirk Cousins. Jets aren't trading 2027 picks. We have a better 2026 pick. If the Browns want Mendoza, they can get him. I think so. Carl's light. So it's going to be an OPI here, which is going to push back the Titans. I know solving quarterback is obviously most important, but what can we do about our O-line? Free agency, draft, or both? The reality is the O-line's going to take multiple years to fix, right? So we're talking about draft picks in 2026 and 2027. If you're wondering what that restructure is going to look like, remember the restructuring that went on when Jim Schwartz got here for the defensive line. It's going to be very similar. They're going to bring in some vets to try to plug in some holes on that offensive line. They're going to draft some guys to play underneath them. And then hopefully, you know, the same way that when Jim Schwartz got here in 2023, we're now at a place where we have one of the best defensive lines in football in 2025. Hopefully it takes a couple of seasons and the Browns have one of the best offensive lines in football. So it's going to be a similar process to that. Dragon the Abandoner says, we've tried all the QBs with swag. The only thing that can save us now is no swag. Oh, man. I've seen people be talk about this. Oh, he has no aura or the swag thing. But it's like, can he play fucking football, man? Like, ain't you on an all-aura team? Like, it's so silly. There are plenty of great football players that have no swag. Absolutely no swag. That's fine. You know what I mean? Like your quarterback being cool wasn't a thing until like Mike Vick, right? Like that wasn't really a thing. Your quarterback's always kind of a fucking nerd. We're being honest about it. maybe you could dress up the nerdy into some cool eventually, right? But I mean, like, even Tom Brady, you remember what he was like at the beginning? He was nerdy. Y'all done forgotten that because he done cooled it up over the last 20 years because he's Tom Brady. But yeah, you go back to like '03 Tom, he was a fucking nerd. So Kevin Stefanski right now, he's challenging the ruling of a backwards pass, which negated a offensive pass interference on 3rd down and gave the Titans a 1st down. So he's trying to get the defense off the field. Is anybody downtown right now? Like, tell me what the weather's like down there if you're downtown. Give me aura on the field for this. What the fuck is aura, man? We need to stop saying this. We need to stop saying this. But yeah. I mean, just give me good football, right? If it looks cool, it looks cool. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I don't need no look passes, man. Just play the fucking play.
The officials consider that not forward, so that would be back.
Okay, the rules, I guess. Whatever.
Our rules analyst.
Browns lost the challenge.
They got it right.
Yeah,
Chosen says winning equals cool. I tend to agree.
got it right.
Browns lose the challenge. They'll lose a timeout as Pollard carries. Strong run inside the 30.
Nice job up front. And I love the fact more one-on-one, mano-a-mano with 95 miles. Garrett steals him to the outside.
That should be a block in the back from the guard there, number 7. He just pushed Carson Schlesinger right in the back. Do I play Arc Raiders? No, I do not, brother.
1,000 rush yards in each of the last 3 seasons.
All right, 2nd down. About a minute, 5 minutes and 20 seconds left.
Run there.
2nd and 2.
Sit again and lunge it.
And they're having too much success running the ball right now. If you're the Browns defensive line, you really got to sew that up. They're really moving They're really able to move you on the offensive line here. Looks like Cincinnati just scored in Buffalo.
5 yards out to get the scoring going. Bills had a field goal. Bengals had 7. Chris?
So, Q, who do you think wins the first round of the CFP? I'd say Oregon, Bama, Tulane, and A&M. Let me look at the bracket during the commercial break and give you an answer on that. But thank you for the super chat, Ray Rags. Woo! Well, they closed the gap.
25-yard line as Pollard goes down. Play the Fox Super 6 NFL Challenge. You can download the app right now. Enter for a chance to win your share of $10,000 in cash prizes. Check out the Fox Sports app for details. Good luck. Titans offense controlling the early flow of this game against the second best defense in the NFL. Messenger, who you touched on when we opened the broadcast.
He's such a good player. It's a great story as well. Only really starting 1 year at UCLA and then becoming such a great linebacker so far.
Great play by Devin Bush.
Excellent.
Are we seeing the loss of Collins? No, I don't think this has much to do with Collins because Collins not really a run defender. I just think they're playing like shit a little bit. Right? They're a little cold. They're not playing good football right now. I think that's really it. Sometimes it's just that simple.
That reaction time on that little just spot route by the tight end, crossing his face and bat that thing down, reading the eyes of the quarterback.
Titans nailing third down so far.
Also, I think they're really eager for a pass rush here, and the Titans are ready for it. Right? Like, they're really trying to get Miles those sacks. Woo! Picked off.
He just made the tackle.
Uh-oh. He's got room.
The sideline he goes.
And the Browns will get good field position for the first time all game. Huge play by Devin Bush. And it really started in the interior. I don't know who got that lick on Cam Ward, but somebody hit the shit out of Cam Ward right here. Watch the middle of the field right here.
There's your middle linebacker outside.
Is that Carson Schlesinger?
Right there on 95. That's Schlesinger. Puts Bush right
Yeah.
in the middle of the football.
So,
Just reading the
boom.
quarterback knows
I think that was Alex Wright that got the hit on him. Really forced him to get rid of that ball quickly. No, my bad. Grant Delpit, and a great job being underneath by Devin Bush, who's been waiting for that. I think that's the second time he almost got close to one. He finally got that one. And a big interception by Tennessee. I mean, that completely swings the game. They were getting ready to be up 14-0 here, and now they put the Browns at a really good field position here. Now, it's still shitty weather conditions. You're only at the 39, so points aren't guaranteed here. Let's see what Shador can do. They got Jeffrey Simmons lined up at the edge. A little bit of time here. Good throw to Fannin, and they're going to get into field goal range right there.
He picks up a first down. Came in leading team in catches and in yards and tied for receiving touchdowns.
Devin Bush resurgence needs to be studied. That is the most hilarious thing that the Browns have gotten out of nowhere, is a Devin Bush resurgence. What a route by Harold Fannin here.
This is why he
Just easy identification there. You got Harold Fannin in man versus a linebacker. You take that one-on-one every time.
catch.
Only 21 years old.
Ooh.
Judkins
I mean, Judkins is lucky to get a yard there.
there. It's at the 25-yard line.
I don't know if the run game's going to be doing much this week. The defensive line for the Titans is really good.
Bad third rounder, which
I would not want to pick at that.
and both of these teams with young players, the Browns and the Titans, have the most offensive snaps by rookies this year. In that order, 1-2. And a part of that. Second down 10. Sanders throws, and Judy has it.
All right, 3rd and 7.
Now it's back-to-back tackles by
You have to re-sign Bush, right? Absolutely.
second-year players.
Absolutely have to re-sign Bush.
In tackles right now, behind Jordan Brooks, and I'm telling you, this kid, the more I watch him on tape, the more impressed I am with him. Downhill player, reads the offensive line, the running back.
All right, 3rd and 8 here.
Just does everything well, and I'm telling you, physical presence right there, number 33, Cedric Gray.
Only his second year, 69 solo tackles.
They're going to pressure.
Lately. Shador,
He has time.
he's pointing.
He's got to get rid of the ball here. He's got to get rid of the ball here. And he dances around. Doesn't really do much of nothing there. 4th and 8.
Ward put the heat on Sanders.
I guess he wanted somebody to come back to the ball.
Well, that's just coverage right there.
Yeah, it must have just been good coverage here.
There trying to direct traffic. Got a little spot route by the tight end he's trying to get to. He wants him to cross the field right there. You see the boy cross the field, give me an opportunity. Nothing, and that's the best decision he's made all day.
Yeah, just throw that out of bounds. They're selling out to stop the run. Sanders be able to throw the ball. Not really impressed so far. I mean, he's only had 2 drives, though. And the Browns get the field goal up, but it looks like there's a penalty.
The Browns around the board.
No.
Looks like a whistle or sound.
Yeah, there's a flag.
Is there a flag?
I think somebody might have jumped over the center. It might be a personal foul.
Jeffers checking it out. Well, let's see. They needed to get all the way down to about the 13, 14-yard line.
You answered my question in Q&A this week. Made my day. Appreciate the work you do. Go Browns. Hopefully, let me pull that question up.
Is declined. Field goal is successful.
So would not have given them a
Good.
first down. Take the points.
Let's take the points. Go Browns. Hopefully Miles gets to 25 sacks. Absolutely. Absolutely hope Miles gets to 25. So Browns get 3 points out the interception. Still down 4. They got to create some offense, but again, the 2 drives they've had, that one they had a better opportunity to score, obviously, but the only other drive they were backed up within their 10. So really don't know what this offense is going to look like today yet. Let's check some scores around the league via this sleeper app real quick here. Some important games going on. Cincinnati's playing Buffalo. I think Pittsburgh and Baltimore are going at it at 4 o'clock here, right? Oh, no, they're going at it right now. So Steelers up 7-3 on Baltimore. They have the ball currently. That's the battle for first place in what is a dead division this year, RIP. The Seahawks and Falcons up 3-3. The Bengals up 14-3 on the Bills. They might be coming for that division. What's Joe Burrow's stats look like in that game? He's got to be hooping, right? Joe Burrow 9 of 10, 95 yards, a touchdown. Yeah, Joe Burrow's hooping. That's exactly what's happening. Joe Burrow's hooping right now. He's putting up points. 14-3. Titans up 7-3 on the Browns. Jaguars, Colts tied at 7. Commanders, Vikings. Vikings up 7-0 on the Commanders. The Dolphins are up 14-0 on the Jets right now. And the Buccaneers and Saints are tied at 7. Got a super chat from Rex Fortune who says, whose team do you least want to fight? Who on the team do you least want to fight, and why is it Aiden Huntington? Is it Aiden Huntington? Aiden Huntington would certainly be a contender. Myles Garrett might know Kung Fu and he big as shit. So, like, obviously you don't want to. We're just going to take Myles Garrett out the conversation. Yeah, I'll get back to you on that. But there's a lot of people on the Browns you probably don't want to fight. Like, are we underrating Wyatt Teller in this conversation? Are we underrating Wyatt Teller? I feel like we might be. You know what I mean? Carson Schlesinger, maybe we underrating. I think Diabite is the real person you don't want to fight. That guy is crazy. He said his favorite cartoon character is Homelander. I don't want, like, that's an insane person who says that, right? Like, that's not a normal person who has an answer like that. And he undrafted. I might have to go Diabite. Diabite might have the best hands on the team. And he looked like he built like a boxer. You feel me?
Let's check in down on the field with Judd Hale.
Hold on. All right.
Grass field, Kentucky bluegrass, more specifically, and they use that underground heating system, but nothing like a natural grass outdoor field with snow falling in December. From the 35.
All right, 1st and 10. A little outside run. He's going to get a nice, oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. Wow. Do they stick with wide zone scheme next year, or do they revamp the entire run game? Different. I mean, they're not really doing wide zone this year, DB Dog, right? They're doing gap scheme right now. And they also stated that keeping Tommy Reese is a priority for them. And if they're going to keep Tommy Reese, they're going to run more gap. Tommy Reese, he tries to be balanced, but he prefers gap over zone. Tony Pollard just broke off a 70-yarder, though, for a touchdown. And the Browns defense just not having the kind of game I think they want. I think they came into this game really thinking that Myles Garrett was going to get 4 sacks, and they're not playing within themselves right now. And these points come at a premium. You let Tennessee get to 21, I mean, the game might be over. You know what I mean?
8 to 12 to 14-yard run to a house ball. You got to have receivers.
And again, you're letting Tennessee get big plays here in the run game, big plays to special teams. We're just not playing complimentary football, just straight up not playing good football right now.
High this year. Pollard was 92 yards. That was way back in.
This is exactly what happened when the Browns played the Jets, right? Remember the Browns played the Jets? Everybody was like, oh, we're going to walk in and destroy the Jets. We're going to beat the Jets. Already mad about draft position for beating the Jets. And then you remember the Browns aren't that good too, you know? And this is what happens when you overlook a team and you're not that goddamn good.
Coach of the Tennessee Titans is, hey man, we got to run the ball. And it's always been something. It's one guy not getting the block done. It's one guy not orchestrating or executing. That time, all 11 on offense did their job perfectly. End result, Tony Pollard in for a score.
Yeah, and what they're doing is they're avoiding, obviously, Myles Garrett and him coming after the quarterback. Mike McCoy, the interim head coach.
Sir Phillips says this team's hilarious. Yeah, man, this has been hilarious couple years.
For Coach Callahan, who was let go earlier this year. This kick will go out of bounds and come out to the 40-yard line. That's a break for the Cleveland offense with starting field position. Kick off out of bounds. 40-yard line. Saturday, Fox Primetime. Third-ranked Michigan taking on Maryland. Wolverine Terrapins Big Ten Showdown. Catch it Saturday, 8 Eastern on Fox.
Someone said, I honestly think this feels like a tank job. The players will never be in on a tank job. This is just bad football.
One score of teams with winning records.
I'm going to be real with you. It doesn't take intention or conspiracy for the Browns to play a bad quarter of football on either side of the ball. Nice screen here. There's defenders. Quinshon Judkins has space, and he might answer it. Quinshon's going to answer the touchdown. Oh, right at the one.
A tackle by Kevin Winston Jr. or he have been in the end zone.
What a great play. I was just going to say, man, you got to stick with Judkins. He is your best player on the offensive side of the ball. Beautifully executed screen.
Great play call by Tommy Reese here.
What a great play.
Oh, did he step out of bounds? Hey, they're going to look at that. I think he might have stepped out of bounds at like the 15.
Back on the screen.
Get this ball off. Get the ball off. Ball off. Ball off. Ball off.
The 2-yard line.
Yeah.
First and goal and a timeout.
They're going to review this.
Just trying to figure out.
I think he stepped out at the 15. I think he stepped out at the 15. Browns Mendoza cooked and called an audible.
It looks like he did step out there. That right foot, we'll check it and decide in a moment.
I don't know if that's going to be conclusive, though, because it's from an angle. It's not straight on. See if they got a better look at it. It looked like it was close, though. It certainly did look like it was close. So it's a good challenge by them. Yeah, that's close.
Live, local, and primetime games on mobile with NFL Plus.
Yeah, I don't even know how they would get a good straight on look at that. Like the pylon cameras are too far off. You might get the Browns might get lucky on a technicality here.
He wants to win. No quarterback has ever been a zero-star, never won NFL.
Yeah, it's certainly shaping up to be one of the games of all time. Certainly a game of all time right here.
Every day.
Ooh.
This is what Tennessee was challenging, and thankfully the NFL has added these boundary cameras. You can see how close it was. The ruling is that they lost the challenge. Tennessee will lose the time.
Okay, so they lost the challenge. Browns get the ball at the 1. He did not step out of bounds. It's real close.
Right there. That's how close that is.
It is real close there.
Turn that ball so
Everyone Wildcat here. All right, Josina, get ready to tweet and be mad about the Wildcat, especially if it works. Daniel Jones just got hurt in Indianapolis, by the way. Daniel Jones just got hurt really bad, apparently.
Got it. And going nowhere. Titans were ready, and there wasn't any room.
All right. Jesus, Shador. Why do you have all of that on right now? You just not coming in this goal line set? You saw that? Shador looked like the abominable snowman right there. He's got like 2 pairs of gloves and a shoulder harness on. Like, what's going on?
knocks out about 4 people, picks up a leg.
And they're going to go to the other end. And the other end zone. Try and punch it in.
You gotta get in there, buddy. Yeah, apparently Daniel Jones got hurt. No, the reason I brought up the heat and stuff, by the way, wasn't to be critical of Shador. It's just like, hey, bro, that's a lot of shit to shred and then get back onto the field when it's first down on offense. Like, if the Wildcat, it doesn't work. Like, you gotta get on the field, bro, for second down. Like, they gonna probably call a play here, but the quarter break was there. I didn't realize the quarter break was so close, so it makes more sense now. Wasn't even a criticism more than it was an observation. People got to stop being so goddamn sensitive. like your feelings were hurt because I pointed that out. That's kind of crazy. Like, yeah, apparently Daniel Jones got pretty hurt. And they keep showing it. Grab Aller in the third. Okay, no, I'm not doing that. Ew. I forgot about Drew Aller. That's a name I haven't heard in such a long time. But yeah, the Browns got to stop doing that, right? Like, we fall in love with these, like, oh, let's get a quarterback on value. Let's just try to do it the cheap way. Let's gamble on getting a veteran and see if that works. We've done all of these things for the bulk of the 20 years that the Browns haven't had quarterbacks. And we've seen what those results get you. The 2 times we've come close to getting a franchise quarterback were the 2 times we took him in the top of the draft. Maybe there's something to that, right? If there's a prospect worthy of being a top pick and you have a top pick and you can get a quarterback, you should probably just do it. And stop trying to get value and all this stuff and try to get a cheap deal on a quarterback. Like, we keep shopping at Big Lots to get the most important thing on the offense, and it doesn't make any sense. Nice little end around. Oh, damn, he did the shit out of Malachi Corley. It looked like it was going to work for a second.
The tackles on the
All right, 3rd and goal.
Go ahead, just take to this.
Whew. That was a crack, dog. Look at this. Woo. Helmet to chest.
Tended to, or at least being helped, as the injured player.
Drop your shoulder, grab their hamstrings.
Deshaun was a franchise quarterback too, just didn't work.
Monte Hooker.
Yeah.
I mean, that's, that sound.
I mean, the Browns traded for him after he hadn't played football for a year and had certain allegations on his name. So there were some signs there that maybe this wasn't the best thing to do. But, yeah. Somebody asked me who I got in the first round of the CFP. Alabama over OU. Texas A&M over Miami. It's probably going to be Ole Miss over Tulane, and it's probably going to be Oregon. Where was Brady drafted? All right, yeah, we're just going to keep trying to go for Tom Brady's. Is that really what we're going to do? Stop it. Why do people hit us with Tom Brady is the greatest outlier of all time in sports history. And everybody keeps going to that. Like, you could just get Tom Brady every fucking year in the 6th round of the draft. Yeah, you get Tom Brady. You usually get Spurgeon Wynn in the 6th round, right? You usually get Dorian Thompson-Robinson in the 6th round. You could keep drafting in the 6th round to get a quarterback and keep doing the late round stuff. We've literally done it for 25 years, and look what it's gotten us. It's gotten us the worst collective quarterback play any franchise has had for a long time. So, not really a fan of it. Great catch by David Njoku for the touchdown. Did he come down with it? It looked like he hurt himself. I think he landed on the ball.
Perfect drop back, and this is one thing Sanders has.
Good throw, nice touch. David makes a great grab, and he comes down on his shoulder. I thought he came down on the ball. Maybe that's why he got knocked out of air. Yeah, Ray Rag's kind of echoing my point here about trying to just draft for quarterbacks in the 3rd to 7th round, like searching for Tom Brady. Tom Brady's a 1 in 1 million hit, and unless you got a million draft picks in the 3rd and 7th round to use, then sure, keep going for it, buddy. Right? But you're going to be waiting a pretty long time, Did my super chat get screwed up from earlier? Face disabler? I don't remember you having an earlier super chat, so probably. Yeah, I wonder if I hope he just got the wind knocked out of him. That's what I was hoping for. So he'd be okay. But he looks hurt. Maybe he had a shoulder injury coming in today. Did David have a shoulder injury coming in today? I don't think he was tagged with anything, but that doesn't necessarily mean he wasn't hurt coming in. Checking on some scores around the league. Yeah, well, Ole Miss over Tulane, and yeah, I already did my picks here for the TFP. All right, so yeah, we're checking scores around the league. Seattle tied with the Falcons right now. Pittsburgh still up 7-3. Bengals up 14-11. Looks like the Bills have started to come back. They have the ball right now at the top of the second quarter. The Jaguars up 14-7 on the Colts, and it does look like Daniel Jones is going to be out for significant time if that injury looks as bad as people on Twitter says it looks. 14-0 command on the Vikings are up on the Commanders, and the Dolphins are up 21-7 now on the Jets. Game in New Orleans is still tied 7-7 with the Buccaneers. That's what's going on around the league in the 1 o'clock window. Yeah, David Njoku getting off the field, puts his arms up. I think he just got the wind knocked out of him.
An exceptional throw from Shador Sanders, staying in the pocket and
Yeah, good job by Shador staying in the pocket, floating that ball over. Really, some of the stuff we've seen in the red zone from him in practice, he's starting to translate to the game here. And the Browns get to finish those drives. And look, if you're looking for the difference between, if we're still talking about the difference between Hill and Dylan Gabriel, right? That's the kind of touch that Dylan Gabriel did not have in the red zone that Shador has demonstrated that he has there. So good job by Shador to close that drive out after the big screenplay by Quincy.
Working that sideline all the way down to the 2-yard line.
Someone said, where was Otto Graham drafted? All right, we're just trolling.
Here's where they challenged down the sideline. They decided he did not step out of bounds. Put them in
Brother, wasn't Otto Graham drafted to fight in World War II? Only Dogs Allowed says Aller was the first rounder last year. All I'm saying is he bring in to compete with. We got enough quarterbacks to compete with, right? If you want somebody to compete, you got Shador Sanders. I think Shador's better prospect than Drew Aller, right? So why take Drew when you don't think that Drew's a better quality prospect than Shador? You might not even think he's a better quality prospect than Dylan. And the idea that Drew Aller was a first rounder, that has been disputed by every NFL scout that people have talked to. Nobody really thinks he would have been a first rounder. I think he got a grade back from the NFL committee that gave him like a day 3 grade. I don't think he's this first rounder that people thought he was. Sly says the ground is probably tough as hell. We could have played on cold dirt. Well, they do have the heaters underneath the field in Cleveland, so the ground's not super hard. But I imagine it's not pleasant. I think he hurt his shoulder or something like that.
Jones, who's battling that left leg injury, is now out with an Achilles injury.
Ooh, it looks like Daniel Jones popped his Achilles. Ooh.
One of those great turnaround stories.
You hate to see. That's so fucking sad. Like Daniel Jones, regardless of if you think he's good or not, he comes back, has this magical season, and then he pops his Achilles. Are you kidding me?
Season sack record. And the Titans have been able to put up a couple of touchdowns. From the 35-yard line, Spears starts in the backfield. That's Tajay Spears.
Yeah, like you want to draft a quarterback in the first round, I'm not going to say nothing to you. If you, like I always say this, if you feel like a quarterback is worth a top 5 pick and you have a pick and you take him, I'm never going to blame a team for doing that. But if you take a quarterback in the 3rd round this year, I was like, what are you doing? You took 2 mid-round quarterbacks last year. Like, you might as well just stick with them. So the Browns really aren't in that mid to late day 2, day 3 picks of quarterbacks. They got too many of those on the fucking roster right now as it is.
So far, Tennessee has done exactly that.
2nd and 7 here.
About him. He said you walk by him, you just know he's not human. Is that? Got it out in time.
Got that out.
And he's not.
He's been playing on time today. I think if you're Cam Ward and you could be happy with anything going on outside the interception, he's been playing on time today, right? Not really running around there, holding the ball a ton. He's been on time.
The answers are blitz, throw it out there, get the completion.
3rd in the yard, Ward surges forward and got it. You know, give Cam Ward a little credit. We talked to him, the rookie again, who's played every snap. Sacked the most of any quarterback in the league this year. When we brought it up, and he said, you know, that's a quarterback stat. That's on me. I can do better to get rid of the ball.
I've been trying to bump that up as a quarterback stack since I was playing.
Since you were allowing sacks.
Since I was giving sacks up, I was like, no, that's the quarterback's fault. People need to understand that. It's the QB, man.
But you Ward has it, dumps it off to Spears, who is at midfield.
Ooh.
He's running sideways, trying to find some room. That's
Long play, not a lot of gain there.
Need to get down to the 44 of Cleveland for a first down.
Yeah, well, I was talking to Skoronsky earlier today, and he said, man, not on our watch. We're not giving it up to him. And you watch, man, everybody is sliding out here, got eyes on 95. We're going to get out there, double team him as often as possible. And there you see it right there. Not on our watch. We're not
2nd and 6.
Somebody had his quick pass over the head.
Miles just shot out of a cannon on that one. Almost got to him on an RPO.
Well, it's all about respect. The quick game, get the ball out. The screen game, throw it behind Myles Garrett. Could it slide?
Yeah, they're getting this ball out quick this week.
You know, this whole game plan has been devised to slow that guy 95.
At least Aller can see over his offensive line. I don't know if you want to make the argument that Drew Aller does a great job of seeing the field, man. We've seen Drew Aller play. He can make some good throws, but he makes some really questionable decisions at times. Like, again, it would make absolutely no sense to take Drew Aller. Oh, my God. You think this defense is finally caved to the bad vibes of the season? I think they're just having a bad game. I don't think we got to do a whole narrative thing. I think they're just having a bad half of football. It happens, right? It would feel less, if we were leaning on the defense less as a team, it wouldn't be that big of a deal, right? But they're just having a bad half of football. It's nothing to really freak out about or chalk up to a narrative or something like that. It's just a bad bad first quarter of football. And let's see if they tighten up here. I mean, they got off the field here, forced a punt. Like, this happens. Every once in a while, the defense has a game where they're not that good, where they're not as good as they want to be for a quarter or two. They're making Carson go to the 10? Yeah, they're making Carson. They're making Carson go to the concussion guy.
Possible, just want to check on Schlesinger. Make sure he's okay. Play got bounced around a little. He'll go into the injury tent. They'll check on him. Substitution in. Gage Larvindale, the rookie, South Carolina, now special teams.
Bro, 49 always near the ball. Yeah, he's a player.
49ers. Actually, they've had a couple of games where they've kind of botched things.
Oh, no.
And fair catch called for at the 10.
No flag, right? Oh, God.
Wow. Look out.
Shades of last week.
This is why I didn't want a rookie returning kicks. This is why I didn't want a rookie returning kicks. I understand that that's part of the season we're at right now. But when everybody at the beginning of the season really wanted Gage to make the team as a returner, this is why I was like, I thought we were going to get roughing because we hit the plant leg after the punt.
Wait, think, we go.
I mean, the Browns are fortunate that they didn't get roughing, and they're fortunate they didn't lose possession there. So they're fortunate to have this ball right now. That's not Bubba Ventrone's fault, y'all. Bubba Ventrone can't tell Gage Larvin to catch the ball and force Gage to catch the ball. Bubba Ventrone, the opening kickoff return, that's Bubba's fault. Mendoza should be taken if available when we pick, but I think we should go for a dynamic wide receiver also. Any in the draft that catch your eye. Mekhi Lemon's really good. I'm pretty sure there's some guys later in it. From what I hear, it's a deep wide receiver draft. So you should be able to get a guy late first or early second.
Ask your prescriber about Wegovy.
Christina Lamb posted at McDonald's, thinking about how I never had a snack wrap, and I'm devastated. Imagine tasting the snack wrap for the very first time. And ranch or spicy.
Wine in football can be complicated, like choosing a worthy vessel for your wine. When it comes to barefoot in the NFL, it's easy to enjoy.
Only you can care. You're right there. Precious.
Week 14 continues later today on CBS and Fox, followed by Sunday Night Football as the Texans face the Chiefs on NBC, and concludes with Monday Night Football on ESPN and ABC, plus the Monsters Monday Football Allcast. Then Week 15 takes kicks off with Thursday Night Football on Prime Video. Stream games live on your mobile device with NFL Plus.
This was the big play miss. Cam Ward pressured by Alex Wright, and TK was open.
Yeah, he was wide open. Dropped his elbow a little bit. Ball sailed on him. You just got to put a little bit more air under it. Let your receiver go get it. TK almost had a big-time catch. Cam's going to want that one back.
Yeah, he has looked at film of Mahomes. We'll talk about that. That arm angle with his coordinator. 41-yard punt, first down. It's rid of it. First down.
Good job by Sanders to get rid of that one. Pressure right in his face. He could have panicked and held it, tried to roll out, stood there, took a possible hit. Really nice job.
Here in that intermediate zone, nicely done by the Cleveland Browns. It's some
And it gets you out of the danger zone here. Hopefully you get a run to pop off for some more chunk plays here. Q, do you think we should draft O-lines and wide receivers rather than quarterback? I just don't trust this organization to develop a quarterback, so we're just never going to fucking take one. You know what I mean? And look, if you don't trust the organization to develop a quarterback, that's more reason you should draft the quarterback early. The later you draft a quarterback, the more you're trusting the organization to develop that quarterback. You know, because the more finished, the more polished guys, the more resilient prospects, they're going to go at the top of the draft. The guys who need the development, the guys who need years of work and to maybe sit for a while, those guys are going to go in the second, third, fourth, fifth round, right? So if you don't want to have to lean on the organization to develop a guy, you want to draft that quarterback. You want to draft the best quarterback prospect possible. So that is more of a reason to take a quarterback, in my opinion. And two, you just gotta go for it, right? Like you gotta just try. You can't sit here and be like, well, I don't trust this regime. I don't trust this one. I don't trust that one, and just never fucking do it. You know, you can just never have a quarterback that way. But right now, look, Sanders is 5 of 6 for 92 yards with a touchdown. He's playing good. We'll see. He hasn't really had to go down the field much on this one, right? The screenplay really did most of those yards, but he's playing good right now. We'll see what he continues to do.
For the play calling some time ago, the offensive play calling, they're kind of conservative but taking care of Sanders and what he does best.
right. And ultimately, when you have a young quarterback, I mean, there are.
And what I like with what Sanders is doing today,
quarterback,
not a lot of fleeing the pocket. He's staying in there.
14 quarterback or the 14 quarterback through OTA, so he wasn't getting a lot of opportunities. So this is about getting him comfortable, getting completions early, and then letting him grow off of those things.
Tommy Reese, who is the offensive play caller.
He's going to launch this one downfield. A little bit of space here. And Cedric Tillman not in bounds. Good grab, but not in bounds.
With the defensive back on the coverage, I couldn't see on that sideline.
Baker on the sideline. But, I mean,
Oh.
right off the bat.
Oh, I think Judy's man fell down. I don't know if he's a part of the progression, though.
It looked like they were wrestling to the ground.
Yeah. Great effort by Tillman.
It looked like actually got Baker.
Good throw by Shador. Just didn't connect.
And it was Ward who came in and put the heat on Sanders. He hesitates. He's got room to run.
Just run. Just run.
And runs out short of the first down, but got something out of that.
All right, 3rd and short. I'll take it.
Making a big play.
Well, that's that income we talked about. Jerry Jeudy coming across the field, and you have that big hand pat, that double clutch. When you clutch the football, it gives receivers an opportunity.
Two, they go up tempo, and the handoff is good for the first down. Solid save from the rookie for 10.
Offense is in a nice flow right now.
He left that 49er game with a calf injury, but his 66-yard touchdown reception from Sanders in Week 12 was a big connection against the Raiders.
Yeah, and I like some of this up-tempo stuff, Chris. I mean, not getting in the huddle every time, putting the defense on their heels, not allowing them to substitute. Really nicely done right now by Cleveland. Kind of keeping them, like I said, on the heels as a defense.
Well, I've liked so far from 12. He seems to improve on his issues from the game before. Yeah.
And gets rid of it. He tried to bump in the pocket, whatever opportunity.
I think he was trying to down it to Harold Fannin.
Junior doing the job defensively.
Well, nice call to run this screen to Fannin, and they had about 4 guys just wrap Fannin up.
Now there's a flag down.
They're going to say intentional grounding. I think they're going to pick that up.
Was Fannin in the area?
I think they're going to say he didn't break the pocket and it didn't make the line of scrimmage. So, yeah, he didn't break the pocket.
So he's got everybody.
And it didn't get past the line of scrimmage.
To the left, and Shador throws it at the feet of his offensive line right here.
Yeah.
Really not a realistic receiver to catch.
Yeah, you can't just do that. That's his first mistake of the game, though.
I get the breathing down your throat, but those are the ones you got to stand in the face of the rush and just deliver a football. But that's it. That's a guy. Listen, man.
That's one where his drop is killing him.
I understand why you continue to kind of backpedal a little bit, but you got to set your feet to be accurate in the National Football League.
All right. Well, drive that was going good. Derailed by a penalty. See if we can get back. He's going to go for it here. Fannin might be able to get this. Stiff arm, and he gets close. I think we might go for it. Yeah, we might go for this here. I don't know. The Browns defense hasn't been playing good enough where you trust them this much. But it is on the plus side of the field, so maybe you go for it. Yeah. 4th and 2.
11 of 25.
What's the play clock at? Nah, he's not going to snap it. He's not even selling it well. He's not setting his feet. Yeah, they're not going to snap. You should know the body language has to be better on that kind of an attempt, right? You're trying to get them to jump off sides. You got to get in your normal stance and really sell it. He didn't ever really gotten his normal stance to sell it. He kind of was just like leaning. You could just tell they weren't going to do anything after like 10 seconds.
14 points by Tennessee. You want to pin them back deep.
We're going to trust Corey Bojorquez to pin them back. This hasn't been a good bet all season, but we keep going with it. Don't know why.
Yeah, this is probably what I would do as well. All right.
See how many yards we net. See if it's more than 20.
Bojorquez standing at the 36. And we got a speedy punt return.
And we got the false start.
On that snap.
But because we took the penalty, I don't think we're going to really get anything from it. I think it's a 5-yard penalty. It's going to go back to 4th and 2.
Clearly in the neutral zone.
Well, that would give him a first down if that's the call.
No, it's.
Well, they took the penalty.
Yeah, they took the penalty. They took the penalty. So it's just going to be 4th and 2 again.
Another reason maybe you don't do that unless the punter wanted room. But they'll be back to that decision.
Well, you didn't want to use the timeout.
So they'll just get the 5 back they took on the delay of game, if that's the call.
Clearly they were lined up.
The flag came up right away.
Matt, clearly not my strong suit as well.
Just take the punt. He got it to the 15. Just take the punt.
I see.
All you need all these hits.
Just decline it.
Your eagle-eye eyesight.
Yeah, just decline it. Yeah, just decline it.
15-yard line. A little bit of a mix-up on a few things there. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I knew somebody was getting a first down, Chris. It was good to see.
Comes Cam Ward. And look out for that guy.
Yeah, I get it. You don't want to take the penalty that close into the 2-minute. I mean, you don't want to take the timeout that close into the 2-minute. I think you've already used one. So that would be the one timeout for the rest of the half. So you don't take it. You just take the penalty for the punt. They jump off sides. And then it's like, well, why even get the 5 yards back if you're not going to get the first yard? You might as well just take the punt there where you got them within the 15, which was the original goal. So makes sense.
Mind, kiddo. Get the lowest price in stuffed crust for only $9.49. Little Caesars is the real deal. Pizza, pizza.
You all tucked in? Okay. In the great green room, there was a telephone and a red balloon. And there were 3 little bears sitting on chairs. And a little toy house. And a young mouse. And a comb and a brush. And a quiet old lady whispering, hush. Good night, room. Good night. Sheridan, part of Marriott Bonvoy.
Schlesinger's back on the field.
Up to you.
I'm not pushing no button. You're playing a totally different game than we're playing.
I'm getting that button.
I'll defend the decision to punt and not go for it because the defense hasn't been playing well today, right? Like if the defense had been playing better, then maybe. But you go down 21-10, that might be a death sentence for you in this game. So you got to play field position here. Nobody likes it. It's not fun. It's not sexy. But it's probably the right thing to do here.
Now, living in it, but you're here. Pollard carries, protecting the football as the snow continues.
Yeah, like if the Browns defense had been lights out all game, yeah, go for it. Do whatever the fuck you want to. But it's not been that.
Boxes Michael Strahan and the Giants and T.J. Watt. And he's got 19. He's had quite a few multiple sack games, but so far nothing, not even a tackle against the Titans.
Well, the Titans are doing a great job, and part of this is that snow, that wet field, much harder to turn a corner if you're a pass rusher, using that to their advantage.
Oh, yeah, he has to get rid of it. He does. Pressure. Near the 28 and good enough. That's David Martin Robinson. Reserve tight end.
Hey, credit to Cam Ward. He's been playing smart football today. He's gotten rid of this ball. You know, it's hard to do as a rookie.
And getting out there, get your head around. You got to get your head around quickly. He did there. Otherwise, I mean, you're taking a sack or a bigger hit than that. That was a pretty big hit, but great job snapping your head around as you're coming out of that fake handoff.
McGuire in on Cam Ward. I mentioned you talked about the arm angle. Offensive coordinator Will Hardigree looked at some Patrick Mahomes video with Cam Ward, talked about adjusting the arm angle a little higher in certain situations as the pass.
Good tackle.
By TK and brought down right away.
Great job by Miles Harden.
Between two Titans.
It's going to be third down, right? Third and 12.
You can't wait to think you're going to block a guy. You got to go out there. You got to get that corner in the slot right off the bat. You don't get it. Harden makes the tackle. Great job of just putting his foot in the ground, reading what they were trying to do and going and getting it.
Yeah, there's the play caller mentioned how he's worked with Cam Ward, and that this year they're building around him. Obviously, after the number 1 overall pick, and he's played every snap, and so it's a developing year. Obviously, trying to surround him in the future with more offensive talent. But Mike McCoy said he's a young quarterback.
Oh, Miles might have got a false start.
There's a flag down.
And they're not going to take it.
And moving up
Well, they might. It's third down. They might take it. They're going to take it. Even though they think they gain less yards, they're going to take the penalty and then reset at a shorter third down so they have a chance, unless they want to go for it here. But no, they're in their plus territory, so they're going to take the penalty here. No, they declined it? They didn't want the restart of the down? Okay. I'm not going to stop them from doing something. Oh, it wasn't third down. Okay, that's why. I thought it was third down, though, wasn't it? Because they got the stop there. Yeah, it's third down. I think the chains are wrong right now. Yeah, I thought it was I thought that was third down, and now they're in fourth down.
2 shots trying to get to the
right? Am I tripping?
Give yourself another opportunity. I think that's what they're discussing right now.
There was a misunderstanding on what.
Because I thought there was the play where Cam Ward almost got sacked.
Titans have the option, obviously. But have they got
Maybe I'm tripping. Yeah, maybe I'm just tripping.
declining it? You're going to stay with that and from the 33-yard line.
Yeah, I thought that was third down and they were going into fourth.
3.5 for a first. They blitz a little more than the average do the Browns. Here they come. Ward. Pass is not away.
A little bit behind, and the Browns will get off the field here.
Trying to get the advantage.
Defense starting to stiffen back up. But keep in mind, they got like 20, 30 yards of offense there. So if they would have went for it and not converted, that would have been a field goal attempt for Tennessee. You punt the ball there, that turns into a punt for them.
Try to affect that throw Jefferson and Campbell, who is trailing this in coverage.
Great job by Schlesinger getting the hand on that. That's why it was so behind.
Schlesinger just following Cam Ward.
Let's be smart.
Cleanly gathers that in.
And he has space.
And crosses the 25-yard line before going out of bounds.
I know touching that heater hurt like a motherfucker. Well, you touched the wrong part of that heater. It's hot. I don't think that goes without explanation.
Spirit all over, and you throw in a little lake effect snow here and leave a little high.
All right. 3 minutes, 42 seconds left.
Great. Most wonderful timing. About a 50 yards. Sanders has
Got time. Okay. A lot of space here.
and Sanders slides across the 40, getting a first down. It is slippery out there.
It is. There's no question about it. And I love this, right? Have a plan. Drop back. Don't see what you like. Don't make something.
Both quarterbacks have been pretty decisive today. Maybe Jerry Jeudy's open down the seam there, but he doesn't feel good about ripping that one off, so he runs. We'll see. We'll see what that looks like on tape.
Celebrates a little bit right there.
Picked up 14. Isaiah Bond in motion. Ford to throw again. On the move. Incomplete. Just did miss a chance for Jerry Jeudy.
I like it's just climbing up in the pocket. Gets behind the block of the running back. Judkins right here. Watch him get up. Judkins takes on the block. Steps up in the pocket. Not quite.
Not the ball he wanted.
His debut came against Baltimore with Dylan Gabriel, rookie. Also won a game, suffered a concussion.
Empty set here.
Today, his third start. Tornado's a touchdown.
2nd and 10.
Tight ends are in.
Got him spread out a little bit here. Good throw. And that's going to be a touchdown.
He's off and into the end
There we go.
Cleveland.
Maybe they get along now, right? There we go. Great throw and catch by Shador to Jerry Jeudy. Browns playing defense now. Now this game feels like it's in the Browns' favor.
Well, if you're going to win late, you got to win early. And Jerry Jeudy.
Look at that. Oh, they're friends. We don't have to fucking argue about each other online anymore. There you go. Good. Love that. Wholesome moment there by the quarterback and wide receiver. Really nice for Jerry Jeudy. Really nice for Shedeur. Jerry Jeudy doing some kind of like blocking out the outside noise celebration. Really good stuff there. Now this game's starting to look like how we wanted it coming into it. There it is. There it is. Much better. Let's play some defense. Let's get the ball back for the second half. Let's take control of this one.
Settling in nicely.
Yeah, you got inside leverage and watch him just win here and then get across the football field.
Yeah.
On Baker.
One-on-one. Nice little whip technique here to get open in the middle void. And look, he missed him on that ball in that window last week. Finds him this week. Good job by Sanders. He's playing more in structure this week.
Take the lead.
Yeah, Judy is one of 8 first-round picks on this Cleveland roster, 4 homegrown. First came from Denver.
So when we were talking about it last week, right, hit him in that first window and see what he could do with the ball in his hands. Is exactly what we were talking about.
The thumbs up on that one.
Yeah, Shedeur Sanders. I mean, he read the man-to-man coverage. He beats.
It's looking like Shedeur's best game as a pro right now.
He's flipping into the end zone. Not too bad. Almost got to his feet. That's pretty close. Really nicely done. Great release on the route.
In a game that we thought would be a ugly, disgusting, knockdown, drag 'em out game is actually high scoring. I think the over-under for this game was like 35.
I'm sure hopefully he's setting up the next offensive series because we still have 2:47 before the half, and it's been an offensive explosion here. They've adjusted well. They keep
And that's not good.
yardage. As Cam Ward will try and have the Titans respond. So big play offense all the way around. Touchdown pass. Pollard with a terrific run, setting up a short touchdown. Shedeur Sanders to Njoku, and then moments ago, 60 yards from Sanders to Judy. And the snow continues to fall.
All right, let's play some defense here.
DK in motion. Pollard.
There you go. Stop the run on early downs. Forcing the pass.
The 38-yard line.
And let's get Cam Ward to hold this ball a little bit here, right? Let's change up some pictures on him.
So you take
You already fooled him into one interception.
huddling up, get the play call in.
Pollard just a few yards away from a 100-yard rush day. Averaging over 9 a carry. Of course, a lot of it on that big run, but he's good steady. He's been getting a lot out of it. And again, so far, Myles Garrett, who we thought would have a big day against the team that has given up the most sacks coming in, has not been a factor so far. He's not directly. He's always a factor.
2nd and 6. You know what's weird about the Myles Garrett sack explosion games? It's never the games you think they're going to happen. Right? Every game we expect Myles to get like 8 sacks. He usually doesn't have that many. But it's like the games where you're like, oh, he's going up against Rashad Slater. There's no way he's going to get 4 sacks. And then he pops off and gets 4. Hey, Q, I missed the touchdown throw. Was it an actual deep shot or a screen? I heard 60 yards on the radio. No, it was a really nice throw. Really good play and structure by Shedeur. He hit it was a post. Hit it in the second window. So it wasn't like he armed the ball downfield, but that's what's impressive about the throw is he got on his back foot and got the ball out on time to the right window in rhythm, in phase, which allowed Jerry Jeudy to go upfield, right, with it and score. So really good play by Shedeur, right? And I think he's had some really good plays in this game, you know. Going forward, like, you know, I know a lot of people are going to talk about the draft and everything else like that. I think regardless of what the Browns do in the draft at quarterback, I think Shedeur Sanders probably going to be on this team next year and going to be in the mix to start next year. What his future is after that, I have no clue. But he showed enough to where he should get a chance to at least be the bridge guy next year if you do draft somebody in the first round, or get the chance to prove that maybe he could be the guy, and then maybe you make a move or something like that. But yeah, he's played well enough here. Definitely. I think this is his best game as a pro. Keep in mind, the Titans are 1-11, so there is some perspective to keep here. But I wouldn't discount everything he's doing just because the Titans are 1-11. Really good defensive line for the Titans, right? Really good front seven for this team. And this is the kind of stuff that you wanted to see him do better, right? So you can't really say, oh, I want you to do these things better, and then he does them better, and you're like, yeah, it's a 1-11 team. Got to give the man his credit when the credit's due. And the credit's due today. He's played really well in the first half. Q, focusing on the game, weirdos in chat. Oh my God, why does Q look sad? I know he hated Sanders. What? Is that what's going on in chat? All right. People are so weird and parasocial about this. One more, 1101. Thank you for the $10 super chat. People just get so weird.
It's at their own 40. And Spears tries to get outside and goes out of bounds.
But they're not stopping the run at all right now.
On a challenge.
Yeah, 2 timeouts left.
Tennessee right now, there's a couple things I'm thinking about. One, I want to end this half. Remember, Cleveland gets the ball coming out in the second half, so I want to end this half with possession and a score. I don't want to give them any time because Cleveland still has 2 timeouts as well. 4 on the clock.
Will cross midfield and fall forward at the 48-yard line.
I have never been a Sanders fan, but if he can lead this team, imagine what he could do in the draft, take a big step. Hold on, let me read this. I've never been a big Sanders fan, but if he can lead this team, imagine what he can do in the draft to take a big step forward. Yeah, and look, he's going to get an opportunity. I think a lot of people think they're just going to trade him in the offseason. I think they're going to hang on to him.
Get off the field.
I mean, if we're comparing him to the 2 shots that they took in the draft, I mean, you've seen so much more out of Shedeur in his 3 weeks starting than you have out of Dillon. So if you're going to stick with one, it's probably going to be Shedeur, right? It would be the most Browns thing in the world to get off of 12 and trade the farm for Mendoza to not upgrade the offense. Everybody says it would be the most Browns thing to do something you disagree with. It's like the Browns have never done something like that. What the fuck are we talking about? well, we did kind of do that with Baker Mayfield, but. And there we go. He's gonna share that one. That has to be a half a sack, right?
You know what that means? That means
Sanders may be able to be our Brock Purdy for a couple of years. Maybe. Again, want to see him look like this when we're playing teams with better records. We're going to be doing that for the rest of the month here. So he's going to get an opportunity to do it. But yeah, this has been the best he's looked as a pro by far.
that's how you create opportunity.
Really good first half for Sanders. And I think it's going to hold up in tape. Last week, the first half looked really good, but then the tape came out and it wasn't that good. I think this is going to hold up a lot better on tape.
From setting the single season record, I know we've been repeating ourselves and counting it down. It's on his mind as well. He said he'd love to celebrate the sack record with his team winning.
All right, the Browns probably just going to take this one in. Only one timeout, 26 seconds. They're just going to run this one in and go to halftime. We'll catch up with some scores around the league. All right, 6-6 Falcons and Seahawks. The Steelers are beating the shit out the Ravens right now, 17-3. Bengals still up 21-11 on the Bills. The Titans 14-17. Obviously, we know that we're watching that one. Jaguars 21-10 up on the Colts. The Vikings 14-0 over the Commanders. Dolphins up 24-7 on the Jets, and the Saints 7-10 here.
Of the game, of his teammates. He works so hard, loves to play, loves to be out there.
Yeah, he is all those things. And on top of that, he's not from this planet. I don't know where he's from, but it's a different.
Yeah, they're going to let this one roll into halftime. Set a 13-minute timer.
Here are the first half stats brought to you by Taco Bell and the Young.
And yeah, look, Shador 9 of 14, 2 touchdowns, 181 yards. I mean, that's probably the most impressive stat line we've seen from a Browns quarterback. Is that all season? I would have to imagine all season. Like, I think the most yards in a game we've had was Joe Flacco week 1. So pretty impressive numbers from Shador. Some of it was helped out by that Quinshawn Judkins screen, but hey, it counts as passing yards. Miles covered a lot of ground for that sack. He absolutely did. But Shador playing really well. I think he's really the talk of the half here, right? The rookie quarterbacks playing much better than expected given the condition. Shador, I think, outshining Cam Ward in this one. What I really like about what Shador has done in the first half here, it's a lot of stuff that's in structure, in phase, right? And that's the meat and potatoes stuff to his game that you're like, hey, how quickly can this come along? Because that's going to determine what your timeline is. The Dolphins on a 4-game winning streak, it's kind of ridiculous, right? But I knew the Dolphins were going to pick up some wins down the line here. So really, really good half here. Thought the throw, obviously, the touchdown throw to Jerry Jeudy was very, very impressive. The throw to David Njoku was a nice throw in phase and structure. And that's what's exciting about this performance from Shador, right? This is in phase, in structure. He's dealing with pressure. I understand the Titans are 1-11. They're not that good, but still dealing with significant pressure here in this game. Only taking 1 sack for 2 yards. He only had the one play where he got to the spin cycle, right? So doing a much better job there. I have to see what the all-22 looks like to look at his drops, because I don't know what his drops have looked like. But they seem to be good because he's able to get the ball out on time here. So really good half from Shador. I mean, it's probably the best half of quarterback play we've seen all season. And probably the best half of quarterback play we've seen dating back to what the Joe Flacco games in 2023. Definitely not something to ignore. I think Shador is going to be a part of whatever the quarterback conversation is in 2026, whether that involves a rookie next year or it doesn't. I think Shador has earned himself a seat at that table in that conversation off of what he's done so far as a starter. So I wouldn't write him off. Even if the Browns do draft the quarterback, I wouldn't write him off. He's done a really good job demonstrating what he can bring to the table. And I think the best thing for Shador and the most impressive thing for Shador is the constant growth week after week, right? Like every week showing improvement, getting better at the things that he needs to get better at. Last week, the big thing that people were pointing out, and I think rightfully so, wasn't on time, wasn't playing on structure, was just eager to roll out the pocket, wasn't really doing his best work there. This week, it's been exclusively stuff that he's doing in structure, in phase, and you just see how much better he looks when he's doing that. There's a good quarterback in there with Shador for sure. I've said this for a while. I think he is going to become a starter eventually. The question is, how long is it going to take for him to find that ability to have that meat and potatoes? And he seems like he's progressing faster and faster every week. Again, just look at how much on time, in phase stuff we're seeing here, right? That's a dig on the backside that he threw to Jerry Jeudy. Really good throw on time, in structure, in phase, dealing with weather conditions. Can't say enough good about how Shador has played so far in this first half. I think Cam Ward's been good too. Obviously the numbers aren't as gaudy, right? He threw the 1 interception. So certainly I would say that Shador's outplayed him in this first half. But think Cam Ward, the big thing people been bitching about with Cam Ward, I'm one of those people. He doesn't get the ball out on time. He's actually done a really good job of limiting damage this week by getting the ball out on time and only allowing 1 sack to Myles Garrett. Myles Garrett did they give him a full? They gave him a full sack for that. We'll see if that stands. But as it stands right now, Myles Garrett on sack number 20. So they gave him the full sack. I don't think any of his teammates are going to challenge it for obvious reasons. So they gave him the full sack here, and yeah, he's at 20. Browns up 17-14. They get the ball at the start of half. And if you're the Browns and if you're Shedeur, be a really important drive here to get the ball where you need to, right? Or to get the score where you want to and really take command of this game. So, yeah, I would say I'm very impressed with Shedeur so far. Look, if Shedeur or if you're a Shedeur fan and you want the Browns to not take a quarterback, the best thing and the thing that Shedeur can do is win games. If the Browns win games, they're just not going to be in a position to get the quarterback in the draft, and that's going to buy Shedeur more time. So that's going to be the most important thing, right? You want the Browns to win games if you're a Shedeur fan and you want Shedeur to continue to get opportunities to start, because that's really going to be the determining factor there. But, look, regardless or not, and look, some Browns fans have to just accept this, because I know a lot of Browns fans want the Shedeur story to be over because you're annoyed with his fans. And look, I've taken my fair brunt of anger from his fan base over the year. But the reality is he's playing good enough to where you certainly have to involve him in the quarterback picture next year. Even if you draft a quarterback, if you get a top 5 pick, he certainly has to be involved in that picture. And it might be a Drew Brees, Phillip Rivers situation. It might be a Trey Lance, Brock Purdy situation. Got to be open to all kind of ways of this being solved. But yeah, he's playing good. He's certainly playing really well right now. Sly says with the $5 super chat, Daniel Jones has been playing with a broken fibula and ended up popping his Achilles. Man, are you serious? Are you serious? He's been playing with these medical staffs need to do better at holding these players back. Yeah. I mean, I think that's a football culture issue, right? Because we went over this with Baker, where it's like it's just impossible to tell him he shouldn't play if he has the option of playing. He's always going to try to play. Yeah, but we'll see. Yeah, it's. I think it's just legal-eyed. I don't even think it's like medical staffs will tell you shouldn't play, but they can't stop you from playing. Like if you think you're going to be clear, or if you want to play, the player's going to play. Because if you're a medical staff, you don't want to get to the point to where you're like the players are avoiding you or not telling you the truth, and you can't give them good medical care. So you kind of just got to let them do what they want to do. It's their body, but yeah, it's just I think football would be better served if people were a little bit more reasonable about what their bodies can get through and what their bodies can't.
Not the best, actually.
And look, Shedeur Sanders keeping us from talking about Deshaun Watson again. Like that's at the very least what we're getting here. We're not going to have ever have a conversation about Deshaun Watson starting a football game for this football team again. And I'm grateful for that. I couldn't be more grateful for that. I'll be right back here, but we'll start the second half when I get back. got about 3 minutes until halftime is up. So we'll see what happens. But really good first half by the Browns offense. Now what you want to see is the Browns defense start to return to form. First quarter was pretty bad for the Browns defense. I think the second quarter they locked in a little bit more. Tennessee really hit them with a couple of design plays that knocked them off, right? There were little trick plays here and there that really knocked them off of rhythm in the first quarter of the game. Things started to stabilize a little bit. They seem to have slowed down the run game a little bit here. So we'll see if we can get active in that Cam Ward as the Browns take the lead here. And again, if you're on Myles Garrett's sack watch, you want the offense to come out here at the start of the half and get a touchdown. That's gonna force the Titans to really throw the ball a ton here. And if you can force the Titans to throw the ball, more opportunities for Myles Garrett to get that sack record. So it's going to be a team effort here to get that number where the Browns want it to, where Myles Garrett wants it to. He's aiming for 25 this year. We'll see if he gets it. It would obviously be one of the most impressive edge rusher seasons of all time if he does. But Shedeur certainly doing his part to bring this team back into this game. I think there's a lot to be excited about after watching this game, right? You know, a lot to be. You saw the big play from Quincy. Defense starting to tighten up a little bit, so you're getting that. I think there's a lot to be excited. Shedeur is giving you a lot to be excited about going forward. The more quarterbacks you can have on this team that you feel good about, the better, right? So certainly excited for what you're seeing from Shedeur. Wait, I think Cody Suk put up the EPA numbers, and this is something where Shedeur's advanced numbers haven't been great all season, but he's putting up a plus 9.9 EPA per play, a plus 9.7 completion percentage over expectation, 53% success rate, which is the highest number the Browns have seen in quite some time, and a 147 passer rate. This is the best half of football the Browns offense has played, I think, since you could go back to maybe 2023, man. Like, honest to God, I think since 2023, it's been the best offensive half of football that they've put together, and it's been spearheaded by what the young guys doing at the quarterback position. So really excited about what you're seeing here. Someone said, I hate that it's messing up our tank. Well, I mean, look, if Shedeur plays himself into like being an actual starting quarterback in the league and the Browns win like 6 games, yeah, you're not getting Mendoza, but you feel good about Shedeur. So it's like, there's really not like a lot of lose here if the reason that the Browns aren't in position to take a quarterback is because Shedeur took control of the offense and started putting up a ton of points. There's not much to lose there. You feel me? Like you either have a quarterback you feel good about because of what he's done in the NFL, or you have a quarterback that you feel really good about because he's done some spectacular stuff in college and has earned a top 5 selection. Either way, you're good and you have 2 first-round picks. So I don't like if it were like the Browns winning this game because like Quincy's running for like 200 yards or something like that, maybe I'd get it. But Shedeur's thrown 200 yards and a half. I mean, like, hey, if he's the fucking answer, he's the answer. Like, I'm not going to say no to an answer at quarterback because he has like fans that are a little bit aggressive. And look, if Shedeur's good, we're all going to be on the same page. So it's really not that big of a deal. Is there a way we can trade Watson this or no? No, we're not. No, we're not trading Watson. Nobody is trading for Deshaun Watson, man.
Jerome Ford throws this back. And still on his feet. Back when he got near the 20.
Man, Jerome Ford has lost all of his confidence this year. Flyfish says Shedeur plays well against bad teams. Oh, shock. Hey, man, I'm just going to be real with you, though. We've watched this team for 2 years not play well offensively against bad teams. So it's not nothing. Like, we can't just like, it's nothing. He's playing well against a bad team. Obviously, you want to see him play better versus better competition, but it is still something. Like, Dylan didn't play well against bad teams. Joe Flacco didn't play well against bad teams. Deshaun last year didn't play well against bad teams. So, we can poo-poo it all we want because the record of the team we're playing isn't great. But guys, we're also 3-9. This is even competition. D Flat says, hey, QC, just read a few minutes ago that the Browns plan to use Watson as a bridge. That's been the spin from Watson's agents for like the last year and a half. I don't think the Browns are dead set on making him a bridge quarterback. I think what they're really saying is we'll give Deshaun a chance to compete for the bridge job. But again, regardless of if the Browns take a quarterback or not, Shedeur is playing his way into being the starter at the beginning of next season right now. Like, he's like a good half of football away from locking that up. So look, the better Shedeur plays, the less and less you have to worry about Deshaun Watson, man. So, I mean, like, I know some people want to tank and all this stuff, and they're thinking about the draft right now. It's a little bit far away to be too locked into that conversation. Obviously, you keep an eye on it, but don't be too locked into it. But the one thing we know is the better Shedeur plays, the less and less we see Deshaun Watson. And I think we can all agree it's a good thing. Like, we should really be getting behind this, y'all. Like, it's not, we shouldn't be upset that a young quarterback is throwing 9 for 14, 118 yards and 2 touchdowns in the snow. Like, if you're that deep into the Shedeur versus his fans argument, you got to start letting shit go. Like, the guy's looking good. That's a good thing for the Cleveland Browns. Don't root against something for the Browns because it's not the thing that you want. You know what I mean?
Give it to him again and got it.
It's the same idea behind like why people ridiculed people for how the Browns were scoring touchdowns with Quincy Judkins. It's like, I'm not going to root against something that's ultimately good for the Browns. Now that the shoe's on Shedeur's foot and some of y'all don't want to get behind it because you feel away about Shedeur and his fans, you can't be like, oh, no, I don't want this actually to happen this way because, I want to do something else. It's like, hey, if he's playing well, that's a good thing.
And Kevin Jenkins, guard tackle on the right for injured starters is Sampson.
Sampson almost broke that one off. All right, let's not go away from it though. Let's let Shedeur throw the ball here a little bit more. Let's open it up. I like what we've seen from him.
When things start going the wrong way, somebody needs to stand up, and that's the guy you want to stand up. We talked to him last night. You talk about a great guy, gives back to the community, and the thing that just jumps off the film is how hard this guy plays on a consistent basis.
Noted for the red sleeve. You can see him coming.
Throws downfield. He's got him. Oh. It's tough. He's throwing right into the wind. He's throwing right into the wind here. There's one-on-one. He gets a clean release. And I think Bond's expecting this one to go over top. Yeah, Shedeur's got to get that one just a little bit further out. It's tough, though, going into the wind. You're at least on the same hash. He gets hit as he throws it. But again, really good job just staying in there, not drifting, right? Like just, oh, he drifts right here.
He avoids it, fires, and juggling. He couldn't hang on.
Okay, he can't do that, though. Don't do that, right? That was less of what you want to see. Drifting, throwing across his body, not so great there.
Find himself a little time now. Throws it to the cover tight end. Had the
yeah, that could be dangerous. That could turn into disaster so easily. Just don't make a habit of that. But
field at the quarterback position, where guys are, you got to know before they break where they're going to be.
4th and 10, they're going to punt. Let's see if we can get a decent punt here. Here's Bojorquez. High. And it's a shitty punt. It's a terrible punt. Terrible punt. That is an awful punt. Yeah, Bojo's been pretty bad, man. Like the between the 40 stuff has been bad. Let's check in on some scores. By the way, make sure you guys go check out the Sleeper app, do your picks, everything on there. Fantasy football, it's a really great app. I use it to do picks. I did not get some picks in this week. It's been a really busy week for me, but you can get a 100% match on up to $100 when you use the promo code Worst Take. We're going to look at some scores on the Sleeper app. We got Buckeye Steve says, feels like some folks want to be right about a player more than they want the Browns to win. I'll never get that. Yeah, people want to win arguments, right? It's the age where everybody feels like a sports talk host, a sports show host, right? And they feel like their opinions being right is the most important thing in the world. And it's not. You know, the Browns winning is going to be important, more important than that, right? The Browns having a good outlook over the next 10 years is going to matter more and more and more, right? So yeah, maybe it happens the way you want it to, and you could say, I was right, I saw the whole thing. Maybe it doesn't. Either way, if the team's better, you know? Nothing to really be upset about. Slide with the $2 super chat says, can't wait for the Dome. Yeah, absolutely. Even though, look, this might be the first bad weather game since Pittsburgh last year that the Browns actually benefited. We're in 2nd and 8 here. Browns with the lead.
I don't know that Michael really meant that. I mean, come on. They want to hold the record. He's fun to watch, so there's no question about it. Right? He shares it with TJ Watts. It'd be nice to have a blue guy hold it.
And that's good. It's going to get him on his 3rd and long.
Improving for Cleveland here. Just got the second half.
Yeah, they're coming out there with a full run blitz on 1st down and 2nd down, getting that pressure, putting you in a 3rd down and long.
Now, look, the stuff that they were doing where they were replacing Miles with the ball in the first half for Tennessee's offense isn't really going to work here. They're probably going to fill with Diabite or Devin Bush. So that means that they're going to probably let Miles loose here. I wonder what the Titans are going to do to try to counter that.
First 100-yard game this season, the 11th of his career. 3rd and 7.
All right, ball snapped, pressure, Schlesinger's there. Miles gonna try to get the cleanup. No way he didn't catch that. It'll be 4th and 7. Let's get this ball back. So Schlesinger gets the initial pressure here from the linebacker position. Guns in. Great bull rush on the tackle, Dan Moore.
Schlesinger gets in and gets the pressure, but
that was a great bull rush by Carson Schlesinger.
A 3 and outs of both defenses. Of course, the Browns were able to run their way to a 1st down to start the second half before the things started. Some explosive first half plays. Fair catch called for.
All right, good field position. Let's get something going offensively. Stay ahead of the sticks here.
Look at the Browns offense. Quincy Duncan carried into a 1st down the last time they had the ball.
The Apple A19 Pro chip is vapor cooled because when you run cool, you can push your limits and juggle over 35 trillion complex tasks a second. Imagine if we were that powerful.
Dick's Deal Days are back. Now through Monday, get $20 off your purchase of $100 or more, exclusively in the Dick's app. Plus, check back often for epic daily deals on Nike, Adidas, UGG, and more. Shop Dick's Deal Days on Dicks.com and in the Dick's app. Every holiday start.
Tyler Show with a 33-yard touchdown run. Puts the Saints up 14-10 on the Buccaneers.
We gave up 24 points last Saturday.
I can't, like, the Ravens are such an interesting team this year because they looked really good for like 3 weeks and they look awful for like the last month. awful. They've looked awful, dude. Like, since that win over the Vikings, they have looked suspicious. And right now, if you're checking that score on the Sleeper app, Steelers up 20-9 in the third quarter on Baltimore. And we've seen what the Steelers can look like sometimes. They don't look great all the time.
Some feels off. Dude, relax. It's just a wiener parade.
Wieners everywhere, guys. Let's go.
Only January 15th on Fox.
Along with Mark Schlereth, Jet Hale down on the field, and fans enjoying the weather. Chris Myers, thanks for tuning into the NFL on Fox. Cleveland, Ohio. A 3-point difference. Under 10. Over in the third.
Big drive here for the Browns offense. They're going to be in pistol for the first time this season. Little drop back, throw behind the line of scrimmage. There's going to be room here for Sampson, and he's going to get ahead of the sticks here. Get up. They're going to be running hurry up. I really like the approach. Oh, I really like the approach from Tommy Reese today. Really like it.
Jane Whitehart is out there moving quarterbacks. I love it.
As Ken mentioned earlier, Njoku had a touchdown catch. Does not return. And he's out officially along with Malachi Corley, who suffered a concussion. Jenkins.
All right, let's get 34.
Cleveland batting 500 on the third down try so far today.
I'm telling you, Tennessee, to me, I know this is third down and short. Normally you get a lot of man-to-man coverage. That's where Shador really excels.
And I think they're going to want to get Shador out on the perimeter here.
Fakes to Ford. Will throw on the run and incomplete. Bullet to Tillman.
I think he just gripped that one too hard here.
And it's fourth down. Winston and Woods were back there.
I think he got too hard of a grip here on this football. Let's see it. Little fake.
Get him out there. I thought he was going to go to Fannin. Fannin was open over the top. Takes the underneath guy, trying to get that first down. And really nice.
So first two drives here, not what you want from the offense. All right, Borges on the 35. He's actually not terrible here. It's not terrible. It's so strange with Borges. It's between the 40s. Like, specifically between the 40s, he's the worst punter in the football. He's decent outside the 40s, but when you're punting inside the 40s, he is terrible, bro. Terrible.
Spray my Febreze Air Mist. Leave every room smelling fresh and clean. With that done, it's time to get to work.
All right. Be right back. I got to right. Hey, man, it's a good game. Like a legitimately fun game to watch. Y'all, like, I'm happy about it. I'm happy about a good game. Is chat miserable right now? Let me see what chat on. Yeah, chat's not happy. There's some let's goes with the watches out. Okay, the Shador fans are here for sure. Okay. All right. All right. Yeah. Chat's pretty normal. I wouldn't say chat's crazy right now.
By Nationwide recognizes players whose passion impacts lives and extends beyond the game. This year, Titans Man of the Year Jeffrey Simmons is mentioned, and the Browns Man of the Year is Grant Delpit. The Walter Payton Man of the Year winner announced at NFL Honors on Thursday, February 5th. After a 41-yard punt, Tony Pollard is 13th carry of the game, and he gets up across.
You let him bounce around like that. Let him get ahead of the sticks here. It's interesting, right? Both teams not really eager to throw the ball here, right? Cam Ward sitting at 16 pass attempts. I think Shador's sitting at like 20.
I want carries. Carries are what matter. Touches are that's what offensive coordinators that don't care about running the football talk about. They talk about touches. I want carries.
Down the rock. We hope we have an injured player.
Is that their center? Oh, Chigoziem Okonkwo from Maryland, I believe. Really good player. Really fun player. Kind of an H-back. I remember comping him and Harold Fainin, actually, coming out the draft. So really do like Chigoziem Okonkwo. But looks like he got injured. All right, man. Let's pay some bills here real quick. You want to get involved in picking and adding some fun to your Sundays or Saturdays or Mondays or Tuesdays with the NBA. Make sure you join the Sleeper app. The Sleeper app has picks. Sleeper app has fantasy football. Sleeper app has scores. Sleeper app has a feed there. It's the best way to enhance your experience on Sundays. Get a deposit of get a 100% match of deposits up to $100 when you use the promo code ORSTAKE. So if you put 50 in, you get 50 back. If you're in a eligible area, and you have that money there to make picks with, or do your thing with there on the Sleeper app. So make sure you guys go check it out. Use promo code WORSTAKE. Thank you for Sleeper for sponsoring this stream. How many yards does Jerry Jeudy have this season? He's at 76 right now. He's inching towards 500. Really looks like him and Shador starting to figure out each other. Really like that moment that him and Shador had, right? Where they just sat there and embraced each other so people can stop harassing Jerry Jeudy on harassing somebody on behalf of somebody else that's also on the team, right? Don't need that. So really nice there. Nice to see those two find the connection, because look, Jerry Jeudy, the most important piece to this team right now, because Dan Moore's out the game too right now. That's the guy on Myles Garrett. Hold on. So their left tackle just left the game. They're going to run the ball for sure here. It's going away from Myles. No, they're going to throw, and Delpit's going to get a hand on Ward, and how does he stay on his feet there? Grant Delpit tried to put him in a Hurricanrana. He just tried to Hurricanrana him or whatever it was. He got all over Cam Ward. Cam Ward got that country strength, though. He stayed on his feet. Look at that boy, country strong. Look at this shit. On the rollout. I mean, Delpit, one arm, two arms, spit him around, got him on the ground. If this were college football, I know Ohio State fans are like, because they called Julian saying down on a play like that. in the Big Ten championship, but his country's strong ass found a way to get that ball off. That's crazy. Oh, Myles Garrett shot out of a cannon, but he gets rid of the ball quickly. False start. False start. Oh, they call it timeout? Oh, they call it timeout before that. Okay.
The biggest plays can change the game. When it comes to your health, early action can do the same.
I think that was an error from the broadcast. Do you think Schlereth was fuming seeing Jerry Jeudy get that touchdown? I don't know if Mark Schlereth is caring much about what the Browns are doing, but, you know, if Mark Schlereth is still paying attention to Jerry Jeudy at this point, it's like, why, bro? Why? It's not even your job anymore. Like, just let him be. Schlesinger leaves the mug look, stands up. I think he's spying, and they're going to call another flag here, false start. Definitely don't want that if you're Tennessee.
Well, you get all these guys in a mock-up scenario right here. What you're trying to do is you're trying to get a one-on-one for this guy right down here, Myles Garrett. So, and that'll make Latham jumps offside. Hey, man, I jump off sides a little bit too if I'm one-on-one, and I know it with 95, Myles Garrett. Here it is again, walk-ups.
Delp it up the A-gap. Oh, he just dropped it. It was a perfect throw.
By Cam Ward under pressure from Delpit. Tyson Campbell was back there on the cover.
Boy, hey, look, Justin Mello told me he thinks the Titans have the worst wide receiver core in the NFL. And I've been watching the Browns all year, so I found that hard to believe. But after watching the Titans this week, it's like, yeah, man, he has the worst wide receiver core in the NFL, dog. Like, oh my God, dude. That's like the second big play where you're like, oh, that should have been a huge play for Tennessee. But for whatever reason, the wide receiver just can't catch it. You know, it's right in his hands. I mean, it's a perfect ball. It's catchable. Looked like he took some off of it to make it more catchable. He's out here checking his glove for Stickum. It's like, bro, it ain't working.
Second half as the defenses have adjusted and spotted at the 23-yard line. Both Judkins and Sampson are in the backfield. Now Sampson puts out Sanders. Will throw.
Good job. Oh! Woo! Woo! Did the wind get knocked out of you too?
Right there. I mean, they're trying to do this little hide screen, right? So you're just going to throw it across after you move out much. RPG come down.
Woo! Woo! Yeah, go catch your breath, brother. Go on that bench, catch your breath. It's okay. No shame in that. We'll run the ball or something. You know what I mean? We'll run that ball this next play. Ain't no way Fat it on the field right now.
For a 6-yard pickup. As soon as he got the football, Judkins.
Both offenses have certainly cooled down in the third quarter. That is for sure.
Yeah, coming off the edge right here and just slide down. I love how he keeps his shoulders parallel.
Damn, he choking him out. Like, is that allowed?
Slowed out. Just maintaining that leverage position with your shoulders is what created that opportunity. Kind of defend two players at one time. So, really nice job.
Rolling forward, third down package. 6. Andrews, pressure coming from behind. He steps
Just run. I thought he should have ran there. Yeah, I thought he had some room to potentially get it if he commits to the run a little bit earlier.
Well, one thing Sanders has done is he's climbed the pocket.
And I don't mind him getting out and escaping that way, right? Pressure steps up, gives himself an extra couple of seconds. We'll see on film if somebody was there or not. But you know, I just once you step up, you roll out. I think just run the ball there. Second and third and 6, you can get that.
Chasing him down from behind. Fair catch call for DK inside his own.
All right, now we're in a very familiar feeling for a Browns game, right? That first half was pretty unusual. There were points being scored, and that's not something that we usually do. But the second half starting to feel a lot more familiar, right? Both offenses is stalled out, defenses taking control of the game. Okay, you know, we know this game very well. We've played in this game all season. This is the kind of games that the Browns have been stuck in all year. This time they have to lead, though, so that's a big difference. See if they could take this one home.
Of 39 yards, going without their starting left tackle, Dan Moore, who left with a neck injury and is questionable the rest of the way.
Oh, Ward's going to keep it. Well, it seems like almost all of Cam Ward's completions and yards are off these like last second plays here.
I love it. Pull the ball out there. Now you're on an RPO. You can run it.
I'm about to say, I don't even think that was an RPO, man. The ineligible player, so that's going to come back. I think he just threw it because he was about to fall.
And that's one of those things where, as an offensive lineman, you're told to just run block. You're told, hey, man, this is a RPO situation. That stumble, you hold the ball a little bit longer at the quarterback position, which creates the opportunity for your offensive line to be downfield a little bit too much.
All right, got him pushed back here. We know what time it is. They got Miles and Mason lined up on the shoulders of this tackle here. It's going to be a chip block from the tight end. And it's going to be a false start. I think they're going to be a false start here or offsides. That's on the Browns. News was on the.
Alex Wright. Last few weeks battling a quad injury, but giving it a go today. Up to the 40-yard line and need about 4. Can you get to the 44 for a first down?
All right, third down here.
Washington has had an outstanding game. The rookie linebacker. Miles Garrett with 1 sack. Pollard 100-yard day. He's in the backfield. Gets the football. And Pollard gets the first down.
All right.
Boy, he's fighting for every yard.
So Titans starting to drive now.
What's been interesting about the Tennessee Titans, watch their run game, you study them, it's always something. It's always a guy that an insert, a guy that misidentifies a front, a double team that gets beat. And Tennessee Titans, Mike Boy, they are on it today, man. They have coached them up, and these guys are doing a really nice job of executing up front in the running game.
I thought it was going to be a penalty there.
Back at the moment, but again, there was pressure on Cam Ward from Delpit again.
Yeah, Delpit just coming off the edge right here, and he's the guy that's going to put pressure on Cam Ward. He sees the one-on-one opportunities off the blitz, but he just does not have time to set his feet, make a good throw. Right idea, wrong execution. Nice
so we can see more of that here in the second half. Pollard into a crowd, still fights for maybe a yard.
All right, 3rd and long here.
Another third down at the 4 minute.
As we inch closer and closer to a scoreless third after a very interesting second quarter.
Cam Ward said, not funny, but upsetting that after the loss last week, just the one win, the only one-win team in the league. I'm paraphrasing, but we kind of hit the bottom here. Can't get much worse than this week. There's nowhere to go but up for this team.
All right, 3rd and 7.
They're going toe-to-toe as underdogs here, trailing by 3.
Myles Garrett up the A-gap. He's going to get this one off downfield. No flag. All right, they're going to get a punt here.
And it'll be 4th down.
Cleveland Browns, great job staying on top of those go routes. Good protection. They got everything lost up, but
You referenced the defensive coordinator, Jim Schwartz. He's one of the best. And he's all about adjusting what he needs to, what he's done, what his defense has done. I think kept Tennessee bottled up after that opening quarter. And that punt will hit and touchback.
One out. Come on.
He was hoping.
Come on, Evan.
Pretty good at dropping these inside the 20, and it was close. How close. Looked like it hit the line, and whether you saw that or not,
Did it hit the line?
they were with a touchback. Deshaun Watson activated off the injury list, returning to practice, opening the 21-day window for him to be eligible to return to the active roster. He's in the 4th year of that 5-year deal that guaranteed him $230 million. Remember, they traded 3 number 1s, 2 4s, and a 3rd. And unlikely to play this year. He'll be available, but it just sounded like Kevin Stefanski that he's not in the plans to play this year.
Get rid of that.
And Gabriel, that's
Oh, that would have been big.
yeah, you know, he's one of those guys. Obviously, he's had multiple injuries: the shoulder, the Achilles, then he re-injured the Achilles, and he's been out. But they have talked about.
All right, just honestly, if you're Tommy, I like the screen call there. Just get him something short so he can get an easy completion here to get back into rhythm. They're playing really condensed right now.
that trade, a big swing and a miss. That just hadn't worked out. Sanders fires.
Well, that works too. There we go. Beautiful throw by Sanders. Super condensed defense from the Titans. They were expecting run there. That was a tendency breaker from the Browns. They get Harold Fannin going out wide, get the look that you want there on Amani Hooker. Fannin does a nice job of getting over top, and then a really nice ball there, anticipating a hit by Shador. Really good stuff here, right? You know, struggling for a little bit at the start of the second half. Finds his way back in the rhythm here with a nice throw. Hopefully he can continue that.
Orchestrate for the quarterback position.
35-yard pickup as
Junkins is going to get a big run here.
First down, we'll check that spot. And a flag down back at the 44.
Please don't be a hold.
You're going to get a holding call. Yeah, Whiteheart felt like that ball was going to go in.
That's tough.
Hold on to that. When that angle changes, see him inside right here. He's got that inside hold right there.
Yep.
And then when Junkins jumps outside, you can see his hands. Now, if that ball cuts inside, he's not going to get a call on that. But as it pops outside, that jersey stretches, and now you're in a first down and 20 situation.
Dylan Sampson is in at running back. Sanders is middle of the field and knocked away.
He's got to be a little bit more intentional about throwing those kind of plays. So like those little short dink and dunks, he throws every once in a while, right? The little check now. Sometimes he kind of gets a little lackadaisical getting to him and he throws him slow. Gotta have a little bit more intention there because there's too much time to track it.
It allows the defense to break on it and go make a play. That happens sometimes underneath today.
Andrews.
Get rid of the ball. Get rid of the ball. Can't throw that. All right. Well, you know, you get some good, get some bad. Get some good and some bad. You know, that drive went from some of the best stuff you've seen Shedeur do all year to, you know, that's the stuff you got to get out of him, right? You got to have him get rid of those things out of his game. Certainly not a perfect game from him. You know, I want to go too hard here. Oh, yeah, you had the window for Judy there. Yeah, at this point, you just got to let that play die. There's no reason to do that up 3, right? This is the kind of stuff you just got to let go if you're Shedeur. Can't flip the field like that. Not in a game that's been this tight. Can't equalize the game like that. Oh boy. Oh, thank God for Devin Bush on that play.
Player, right? And then we're going to get around to the edge. We're pulling. Really nice. I'm telling you, if it's not for a great play by Bush right there, that thing may be to the house.
It gets 6. At 120 yards rushing, Pollard on 16 carries. It's 17.
Oh. It's why you have to be smart with the ball in the fourth quarter.
A dash of 32 yards for Tony Pollard.
And just back inside here, gonna get this block. Tony Pollard just gonna get right through here. Great job on the left side of the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, they cleared it out.
And then Delpit just doesn't read it as the post safety. He's gotta come screaming down.
Yeah, we're getting a bad Grant Delpit game today too.
And now for the extra point. It's big because it's a 4-point advantage after Joey's slide.
Sick of Simmons bullying our line. It's ridiculous. Yeah, man, Jonathan Simmons is excellent at football. He's really, really good. One of my favorite players to watch. Unfortunately, he's doing a number on us. All right, man. So Shedeur makes a big mistake there. Throws a pretty shitty interception. I think we can all agree it's not an interception you want him throwing. I think only like the most hardcore Shedeur sycophants would be like, yeah, no, I want him throwing that ball. Like, I think even Shedeur himself understands he can't throw that ball. But don't get caught up in it, right? You know, you're only down 4. There's a whole quarter plus left. Let's see how Shedeur responds here, right? Again, you make a mistake, it happens. You know, it's going to happen. You're going to throw an interception. You're going to make a decision that y'all shouldn't have made. Every quarterback does it. It's not really what you're going to judge by, right? How do you respond to those mistakes is the most important thing for any athlete, especially at the quarterback position. So let's see how Shedeur responds to throwing that interception, right? Pretty bad play. It's kind of like the antithesis of what everybody's been talking about that's a negative in his game. It gets followed up by the Browns run defense getting gashed there by Tony Pollard. Okay, cool. But you're only down 4. There's 51 seconds left in the third, a whole quarter left after that. Let's see what you can do to bounce back from that, right? Let's see how he responds to the poor interception.
On the return. Mentioned career high in yardage over 150
Did I start Tony Pollard this week?
This is a great run. All the way into the end zone, and then moments ago, with more snow falling from 32 yards out.
Oh, yeah, I traded Tony Pollard. Unbelievable.
And I love it. Two different concepts. One was on the pitch, outside, then cut back in, and the other, a wide zone to the weak side, perfectly executed.
There's Judkins trying to respond for Cleveland. He's done it. He's averaging almost, going back to Pollard, almost 10 yards a carry against, statistically, the second best defense in the NFL.
Yeah, well, they were the best defense in the NFL when it came to yards per carry, only averaging 3.7 yards per carry. That's one of the business. Now, as you mentioned, Pollard, 152 yards, over 10 yards per carry.
Where Sanders will try and rally the hometown.
Yeah, we're just going to take this to the fourth. All right, fours in chat, y'all. Fours in chat. Fourth quarter time. Let's get those fours in the chat. Let's go. Let's get it. Let's get it. Can we please find a returner this offseason? I just want them to sign somebody to return punts and kicks for this team that simply catches the ball. That's it. That's all I want. That's all I crave is the Browns to get a punt or kick returner on this team, both of them preferably, that simply catch the ball. I do not need you to be Josh Cribbs. I do not need you to be one of the greatest of all time back there. I just require you to simply field the ball. That's it. That's it. That's all I want. You know, if the Browns offense isn't good enough to get the ball downfield, then so be it. But dude, I am so tired, so tired of watching the Browns consistently muff punts. Every time they sign a returner, they injure for the year. Yeah, it's crazy too. It's crazy. They've tried. They've really tried. The guy just gets injured for the year every fucking time. And again, possession pump returner is all I want, man. Just, where's Jim Leonard when you need him? Where's Jim Leonard when you need him, man? I'll be right back. Okay, I'll take it.
Jeffrey Simmons.
He was celebrating too, like he drew him offside. He's like, what? Call that on me.
Easy to spot in those.
Yeah, it is.
Take a little pressure off.
If we had taken 12 with the second pick in the draft and this was his third start, we'd be thrilled. Yeah. But we didn't. I don't know if we would say, hold on, wait. I thought you said second round. Hold on, wait. Second pick in the draft and this was his start? I don't know. But That's hard to say. But, let's not live in hypothetical worlds. What he's doing so far is pretty good.
Center, you got no chance. He's shaded trying to block you.
Jeffrey Simmons is a terrorist. Again, people tell me defensive tackle play doesn't matter. You shouldn't draft defensive tackles, but so high. Watch Jeffrey Simmons and tell me that defensive tackle play doesn't matter. And Postic's out. Postic's hurt. Real quick, I want to take time to thank my sponsor, Sleeper. Sleeper gets you a $100 up to $100 match on 100% when you sign up with the promo code Worst Take. Again, the match up to $100, 100% match up to $100 when you use promo code Worst Take. You can do picks, you can do fantasy football. They have an app. It's your one-stop shop for sports. If you're looking for a place to enhance your game day viewing experience, whether it be basketball, football, or baseball, Sleeper is the place for you. Make sure you check it out. Yeah. The cart's coming out for Ethan Posick. So it looks like we're going to get an extended look at Luke Whippler for the rest of the year.
Burn this, so hold it up high. You might not be related, but you're still family. You don't just give an extra hand. You give your whole heart and a whole lot of muscle. Because it feels good to raise up the community that raised you. You are a fighter. This is your reward. Medella, the mark of a fighter.
Here come the lucky ones. About to be
All right, man. Sweaty palms time. Sweaty palms time. Let's see what happens. Be interesting to see how Shador, if he can respond here, get a score. Be interesting. You're only going to get so many looks at him, right? So this kind of stuff is important.
Started off, and there's Luke Whippler comes in to take that center spot.
Yeah, you can see on that.
Second half Sanders never is good so far. Yeah, I wonder how common that is for young quarterbacks, but this second half hasn't been great for him. Made the really, really nice throw to Harold Fanan, but followed it up with a pretty bad interception. They gave the Titans the lead. Oh, boy.
It's very much like what happened on the opposite side.
Jeffrey Simmons is built like fucking Thanos. Cavs lost, Buckeyes lost. It's going to be a bad weekend in Ohio. If you cheer for the Buckeyes, for sure.
Simmons off the game. Shador tries to bail out the back of the pocket. Never a good idea, especially when you're running that game and there he.
It's been a tale of two halves for Shador, right? First half, really good improvement, not drifting. Second half, he's fallen back into those bad habits. Great tackle by the long snapper. Was that Rex Sunahar? Great tackle by him. Posick, Batonio, Tiller, Conklin, Wash. Sad to watch. Yeah, they're washed, but also Jeffrey Simmons is really good. So it's tough. We're so far away from 2020, man. And that'll back the Titans up.
teams will back up the Titans, protecting that 4-point lead.
Talk about it, man. That's the third nomination in a row for Jeffrey Simmons every year. And, just his commitment to the community, his commitment to what he does. But I'm telling you, every coach you talk to on this Tennessee Titans team will tell me about how hard he plays, how hard he practices, how he sets the tone as a football team. And I'm telling you, get a chance to watch one of the great ones today.
And they told us he's the kind of guy you want to build a team around. Doesn't always have to be a quarterback necessarily. Jim has more.
Chris, it made the moment even more special. Who presented this year's Walter Payton Award to Simmons? Well, the one and only Jelly Roll. These two are actually very good friends because of the philanthropic work that they do. Simmons met.
Do y'all like Jelly Roll? I don't know what he's famous for. I just keep seeing Jelly Roll everywhere. Jelly Roll wrestling at SummerSlam. Jelly Roll on fire 911. I don't know who the fuck Jelly Roll is. All I know is Jelly Roll is fucking everywhere, bro. Like, is his music that good? Is that what he does? Is he music? I assume it's music because the man has face tattoos, right? And no disrespect to any other professions. I'm sure you could do them with face tattoos. But it seems like music has a high face tattoo to worker ratio. So is that what he does? Is he a music guy? Is that what Jelly Roll does? Because why the fuck is he on everything, bro? He's a country singer.
I want to make him bend the run.
The people who hate Shador think Jelly Roll is good. Oh, man, I think we're stereotyping right now. I got to be honest. I don't know. I don't got nothing against Jelly Roll's music. I don't think I've ever listened to it. It's just like, I saw the man on Fire 911 and at Wrestle. Like, he was at SummerSlam too. And I'm just like, who is this dude?
I think you got one of them paws up there like that pass.
All right, Miles, 21. 21.
A chance for Browns defense.
See, look, Todd Trout, we in two different worlds because you thought that about John Legend. That's crazy to me. I know 5 John Legend songs off the top of my head. So is Jelly Roll to white folk what John Legend is to black people? Sound off in the comment section down below.
Open and falling for it. Good enough for the first down.
Did he catch that? Did that not hit the ground?
5-yard line. What a big play from this Titans offense.
Man, what a catch. You're going to get this inside route from DK.
Nah, bro. You got to know more than one John Legend song, bro.
Underneath defenders.
Quick snap. They go without a hole. The Ward tries to run.
Jeffrey Simmons looked like he could be your brother. I'll take that as a compliment. My brother looks nothing like Jeffrey Simmons, though.
And right between the defenders, perfect. DK, I mean, it doesn't get any better than that. That's what I'm talking about with anticipatory throws.
Okay, found out y'all got some harsh opinions about Jelly Roll. Damn, all right. I was just wondering why the man's so famous. Apparently, people really don't like Jelly Roll. People really love Jelly Roll. By the way, I never want to hear country music people make fun of rap names ever again. Y'all let a man be famous named Jelly Roll. And ain't there a motherfucker named Meatloaf in that same genre? Like, I don't ever want to hear nothing about rap names, ever. No. Jelly Roll and Meatloaf, y'all got some crazy names up there.
This away. It's a tough defense. It'll back them up 5.
Yeah, you can't put yourself behind the chains. That puts you in no passing situations. You want to throw the ball when you don't.
Yeah, but both teams ain't trying to throw right now.
You have to throw the ball in known situations because that allows the defense to get out.
Ward rolling and tossing a little high.
Oh, almost picked off.
3rd and 15.
Man, that one was almost a pick. Dangerous right there. And speaking of dangerous, you're in 3rd down and long right now. I mean, this is one of them situations where quick screen, maybe a draw. Let your defense do what it does.
You're saying something.
Rap name would be Lil Roll. All right, we not playing this game. Let's shut this one down. Nope. Oh, Myles Garrett wanted the sack, and he blew his rush lane. Myles Garrett fucked up there. He blew a sack. He wanted to get a sack there, and he blew the rush lane.
You get so far up the field. Watch this underneath handoff. Myles Garrett is so far up the field.
Yeah, Myles Garrett thought he was going to get a sack there. That's what happened. He was trying to get 21.
Carl Jeffers didn't hear the call. He looked like an illegal shift. But he started to indicate, wow, that's a big penalty. Went down a great ball and run back to the 38-yard line now. Going to spot it.
Bills just took the lead over the Bengals. 3rd and 20. You got to imagine this is a screen or a dump off, right?
Quick toss. And his first catch of the day.
Q, curious if you thought Mendoza played good enough to take the top five, taking the top 5. Well, I've been there with Mendoza all season, right? I've thought Mendoza showed that he could be a top 5 pick for a very long time here. So last night's game wasn't really going to affect it one way or the other. I thought he was a top 5 pick before the game. I'm not going to let one game talk me out of it. So yeah, I do kind of look like Jeffrey Simmons. He could be Blasian. Yo, what y'all trying to tell me? I'm built like a D tackle? Is that what y'all trying to tell me? Is that what y'all trying to say? I got D tackle body and face? Fuck y'all. 3rd and 15. This defense is fool's gold. Huh? What? What happened?
Thank you, Chris. The Bills driving until Christian Benford jumps in front of Jamar Chase, picks it off, and no one's going to catch him. 63 yards on the pick six. Burrow would then throw another interception. So Bills ball in Bengals territory right now with a 32-28 lead and 5 minutes left in the fourth.
Chris? Thanks you. Hey, thank you very much. You see the snow there in Buffalo. Still falling and has lightly all morning throughout the afternoon.
And that lake effect snow up in Buffalo, just like they're getting here in Cleveland.
The numbers, each has thrown an interception, 2 touchdown passes for Sanders. Over 227 yards. And needs to add to it to rally his team. It's in the back.
All right, 1st and 10.
Sampson has it.
Got some space here. Oh, he fumbled. Oh boy, this is brutal. This is fucking brutal, bro. Where are you at with Moore, Simpson, and Mensah? Really like Moore. I really like Moore, the Dante Moore. I think he's a top 5 prospect. Simpson, I think he's probably going to be a late first. There's a lot of watch celebrations going on right now. And in Mensah, I don't think Mensah's going to come out. I don't know why they're trolling Shador. It was Dylan that dropped the ball. But yeah, Mensah, I don't think he's going to come out, but I like Mensah. He's a smart, heady guy. Like if you had to take somebody with your 2nd first-round pick and he's out, I would consider it. I got to get a better grasp on what his tools are. But yeah, I mean, just a brutal fumble here from the Browns.
Back to the 8-yard line. It'll be 1st and goal.
It's brutal.
Slips a bit. Down around the 9.
Well, the good news here is that the Browns force a field goal. They're still only down by a touchdown, and they needed a touchdown anyways. And that might cause Tennessee to go for it on a 4th down if you could force it. So if you get them to a 4th down, make them make a decision. It's possible they decide to go for it, and you don't give up points from that fumble. You just give up field position.
Make big-time plays on the defensive side of the ball, then do a field goal drive. Myles Garrett
Nice chip on Miles. Yeah, they did a nice job chipping Miles there. Unfortunately, they weren't able to get anything out of it, but nice job there. 3rd and goal. If you're the Browns defense, this is a big stop here because they could potentially decide to go for this here. Because the difference between being up 4 and 7, it's something, but it might not be what you want.
Fast, strong, smart, lethal combination.
Named the NFL Defensive Rookie of the Month.
Mendoza's post-game speech gave me the ick. I imagine he's going to do that to a lot of people. Touchdown. Right? He's not going to be somebody that like everybody's going to go for, but it's important to remember the tape is what you need to evaluate with Mendoza, not necessarily how well you like his post-game speeches, right? I mean, Jameis Winston's got the best post-game speeches in the country. He's not one of the best quarterbacks. So, you know, just keep in mind and keep in perspective what's actually important. You kind of caught it with the turnovers. Oh, yeah, with the Browns turning the ball over a ton. I mean, like, look, man, I'm not going to, like, beat my chest here, right? I'm not going to be like, oh, yeah, I caught it, and Browns losing by fucking 11 points to the one-win Titans. But, yeah, turnovers were always going to be a big factor in this game, and, you know, the Browns have turned the ball over 2 times, and the Titans have gotten 2 touchdowns out those turnovers, and that's really the difference in the game. Unfortunate. You know, you want a better effort from your defense this week, but you just didn't get it. Let's go and use the Sleeper app to... Was I in Sleeper that whole fucking time? Please tell me I wasn't. There was nobody going to tell me? Was I in the Sleeper overlay that whole time? All right, bullets for brunch. Gonna have to get rid of you, brother. That was crazy. Don't ever say something like that. That was crazy. What? If you find yourself in chat and feel the need to reference black or white face, just don't. Just don't. Don't do it. Yeah, it's been a brutal second half, right? Really good first half. The Browns looked like they were going to take the momentum. I mean, it's the same exact thing we felt like happened versus the 49ers, where it's like, oh, well, the Browns got the momentum here offensively. They've moved the ball. You know, it looked like that could be something to where the Browns could take over the game in the second half. And if for whatever reason, mistakes are made and the Browns don't take over in the second half, they do the same exact thing in this one. The same exact thing here, and it's just frustrating, right? But this is what a young team does. And unfortunately, you're doing this against another team that's also young. All right, let's check the scores around the league because I think some crazy shit's happening right now. Oh my God, the Seahawks are 37-9ing the Falcons. The Ravens are coming back on the Steelers 27. The Buffalo Bills just went up 38-28. 17-point curse for us, apparently. That is true. We do get caught at 16 or 17 a lot. The Colts down 13-33. The Dolphins are up 31-10 on the Jets, and the Saints are up 24-20 on the Buccaneers. So if the Saints win and the Browns lose, the Browns jump the Saints in the draft order. And I think they would jump a couple of other teams. The Jets aren't going to win either. So we'll see. Still a quarter to play here. Certainly not over. It's only 11-point deficit. The Browns have come back from that before. But just mistakes on top of mistakes, right? You know, you're up 3. You can't throw the interception that Shedeur throws there. Can't make that kind of a mistake. And then Dylan Sampson, you know, fumbles a football there. Another huge mistake there. So, you know, just a couple of mistakes on offense has led to this score right here. And the Titans, give them their credit, have gotten 14 points off of those turnovers, done an excellent job. And we almost get a third turnover here. Shedeur kind of just lofts it over the middle of the field. 2nd and 10.
Winston Jr., the rookie from Penn State, back there covering.
If you're Shedeur, just gotta play this drive out right now and just try to score a touchdown. Don't try to score too fast. Just play within yourself, play within the offense. Actually, it wasn't almost an interception. This was a drop by Isaiah Bond.
Our Wilson juggling. That secondary, he hesitates. Got a lot of injuries back there, a lot of youth play. For both of these, plenty of time for Sanders.
Oh, he should have stayed in.
And they'll throw to the sideline.
He should have stayed in the pocket.
Judkins, and he was out of bounds.
Big sweat. This is one of the biggest humans I've seen in my entire life. They've got.
He should have stayed in there. You don't need to take that hit. Vikings put up 31, but Justin Jefferson's got 2 catches. I hate 9. Oh, is it 9 out there? Was it Big 9 out there? Big Sweat. Oh, they got a good jump. Throw, good throw. Nice throw. Let's get the ball to midfield. Again, if you're Shedeur, just play within yourself. Don't try to force things and score a touchdown. See what the defense can do. There's plenty of time left in this game. Gotta get the offense in order, right? Too many pre-snap penalties. Well, you got a first-year center in there. It's gonna happen. That's probably because of the Posick injury. Really nice throw here by Shedeur. Gets it over, layers this to Tillman. Nice job catching that by Tillman, high pointing the ball. So nice throw and catch there on a 3rd and 10. Browns driving, trying to get into scoring range here. Down 11, so you could kick a field goal if you want to factor in a 2-point conversion. But the ball's going to have to cross the goal line 2 times here, no matter what.
Well, right now,
2nd and 15. Let's just get this to a 3rd and manageable right here on a 2nd and 15. Get to a 3rd and manageable.
Basically trying to take away every throw, every inch of the field. They're going to say, hey, man, if you're coming back on us, you're going to have to do it 1 throw at a time. You're going to have to multiple together because we ain't letting you get over the top. They're just going to keep a shell on this defense the whole time.
Shedeur Sanders, a career high, 255 yards. As a moment, it's away, trying to get the Phantom. Martin Key is.
Again, kind of mentioned this earlier. Sometimes Shedeur, when he throws these shorter routes, he tends to not put as much behind that ball as he should. That was another example of it. He kind of just armed that one. Can Caden Proctor be the next Trent? Like Trent Williams? Hey, man, he's so far off from being that. Like, maybe he's a great athlete, but, like, I'm not going to sit here and say he's the next Trent Williams. Like, I don't even think he's a top 5 pick. Ooh, they broke on it. Are we going to go for it here? If you're the Browns, you can expect maybe 3 more possessions here. We're going to punt.
I mean, right now it's a trigger for the defensive players. You tap the ball, they're breaking on the ball. Cody Barton, great break on.
Oh, God, we're bringing back Tapgate. Oh, goodness gracious. Please Please don't make, please stop that dumb shit. Oh my God. Please tell me we're not bringing back Tapgate. Please tell me we're not doing this again. Oh Lord. Hey man. We are one of the teams of all time, man. We are certainly a special teams unit of all time here, dog. Certainly. Certainly. Man, that Bubba Ventrone is fired notification is gonna hit like crack. It's gonna hit like crack and right when the season ends. Oh, January 2nd, it's gonna hit like crack, bro. Oh, it's gonna hit like crack.
Hangs inside and doesn't put a hand on Williams.
Oh, we're legitimately close to getting our ass beat by the 1-win Titans. Whew. Whew. Boy. Boy, I hope by a year from now, we looked back at how bad we felt about this team and we laugh because we're in such different place. Bubba Ventrone promoted to the front coach. No, let's not. Hey man, let's not even speak that into existence. Bubba needs to be fired now. I don't give a fuck about the optics. I mean, it might happen, dude. Like, it's at that point. It is at that point, dude. Well, Myles Garrett gets a pretty sick TFL, though. Oh, that was nice. That was sick. That's pretty nasty.
He's like, no, we're going to go ahead and settle for this field goal with Joey Slye.
Does Bubba Ventrone even make it to Black Monday? I imagine he does because the Browns let Joe Woods get to Black Monday. But man, I don't know. I really don't know. At least the defense didn't give up a touchdown there. So what? It's only a 14-point deficit. I mean, it's still a 2-score game, man. It's just if you're Shador, try to get a touchdown here. I'm dying laughing right now. Better than misery.
More blunders on the part of the Browns.
It's just so much to say. Happy our draft stock is up for QB, but on a real note, Bubba's got to go. Yeah, man, Bubba's got to be fired, right? Like, there's just no justification. There's just no justification. Like, there's been like things that aren't Bubba's fault, but like that is Bubba's fault right there, right? That's a pump protection. It's happened. That's the second time it's happened this year. At least a QB is on the way. Yeah.
Maybe the Titans, Nashville's such a fun city. Maybe the Titans like playing on the road a little bit until their new stadium is ready. Both of these franchises expecting new stadiums. Ford on the return, up across the 30.
Ooh.
Well, you're the Titans, you build around your quarterback. today at Cam Ward, and then whoever the next head coach is, right? You're holding, the top pick, or at least up there for second in that group, and then you get a
Bubba can test out a new work from home policy.
And what you have to understand is oftentimes the first wave of free agency, you're spending A-plus money on B-minus players. So you have to do a really good job of picking out the guys you want, the guys that are going to help you team. Look what New England did this offseason.
Get rid of it. Get rid of it. There we go. Maybe we should use our draft picks for QB. One has to be right. He said use all of our draft picks.
Built up around their second quarterback who's having a phenomenal season. So, I mean, those are the things you have to be so good.
And there's hope. When you're bottom next year, you can turn it around. These good examples of teams that are having great seasons.
All right, come on, Shador. There we go. Third and manageable.
There's a flag back at the 25.
Has literally had all the possible special teams mishaps. Kickoff return, touchdown, punt return, touchdown, a block, missed punt, chip shots. Yeah. I mean, the special teams has given up points in every way possible. It's actually fascinating.
Sometimes you got to do up the field, then goes power inside, and go ahead and hog tie the guy. Not exactly great technique.
Can we promote Bubba the fan? We want Bubba to be a Browns fan. Good job. Way to work back to Dylan there and get to a third and short.
Depending on the spot.
Well, what I tell you about the man-to-man coverage, Sanders has picked that apart all day long, playing with two-man, two-eye safety, man underneath. He finds the open target, gets to his running back for a big gain.
Good throw. Oh, he's fencing. He's going to be stretchered out. He has a history of concussion. So Tillman has a very serious history of concussion there. That looks serious. He fenced. Look at this hit. He fences here. Yeah, immediately drops the ball, hits his head again. Yeah, that's serious. It might be a targeting call on that, but that's serious right there. I mean, they're trying to legislate that out the game. Draft 6 QBs behind this offensive line, call it survivor. Yeah, you definitely got to address the offensive line, right? Like you got to do something there. Definitely got to get some veterans in at the wide receiver position as well, right? Now this looks very serious. Coach is on the field right now, so it tells you how serious it is.
Coming across formation.
I don't know if that's going to be a targeting because it's not helmet to helmet. It's a shoulder-led tackle. I don't know from that angle, but what I do know is that Cedric Tillman is seriously hurt right now. That might end this season. Remember, he was out for like 2 months last year with the concussion.
The head or neck area. Understand the protection of players.
He didn't leave. He didn't leave with the helmet. It was the shoulder he left.
And he didn't launch or leave his feet.
Should fire the Haslams and promote Bubba. This is just a meme at this point. Is this a new meme? New meme drop? I have no idea what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, you guys are covering it perfectly. Look,
Are you guys trying to rage bait me?
they called a hit on the defensive receiver, the head or neck area. Now, if there's not any contact whatsoever to the head or neck, they can actually take it off. This is our best shot that we have, but so far the league hasn't looked at it to take it off.
Okay, so they called it defenseless receiver. Okay. The whole right side of the line is so bad right now with injuries. Yeah.
The player in the head or the neck, but I just thought BROWNS played that perfectly. It was aggressive. That's what football's supposed to be. There's a reason that most people don't play it. It's because it's a violent sport, and it takes a special breed to play it. But I thought he did.
Oh, is that why somebody brought up Mark Schlereth? Because he's on the call? I didn't even recognize his fucking voice. How many sacks do you think Miles will end up with? I think 25 is probably a good number. Hey, man, still 5 minutes left. You're only down by 14. You get a quick score here before like 4:30. Got a chance to make this interesting.
In the air, and he's a tough one to bring down. What a great player they found. What is he, a third rounder out of Bowling Green? What an incredible find.
Strong and versatile is the way his coach described him. Sanders, and that's caught. It's set with 15, and a flag comes in.
All right, it's going to be half the distance. It's going to be half the distance.
Woods again with a potential face mask. And it's on great right there's the face mask.
33 defense. 15-yard penalty will be enforced after this goal. Automatic first down. Defensive penalties.
The Dillon fumble will be overlooked. Huge play there. I mean, both those turnovers in the third quarter, huge.
Two-possession game, so if they can punch it in here with under 5 to go, they'll have a shot. Rallying to tie. Sanders hesitates, and he gets away. Sanders up deep.
There you go. Nice play. That keeps the game alive. Really nice play. All right, you don't even have to do the onside kick. You don't have to do the onside kick. Ray Rag says legit might end his career. I hate that for him. Hopefully it's not that serious, but it could be serious here.
Well, it started with the route combination. They just got shoved the
Great job escaping for Shador right there.
Shador had nowhere to go with it, and he just keeps the ball alive and makes the big play scrambling. I mean, there's just nobody creating separation. And how we got out of that mess.
Yeah, great job shaking out of that. Shook Tavondre Sweat and then scored. A late hit by Tavondre. Why are we doing this? Why didn't he go for the 2 points?
He got tired. It looked like he was towing a boat.
Did he hurt himself?
Hey, here's the fumbled snap.
Promote Bubba, the NFL commissioner.
Quarterback just doesn't get it. That is.
Yeah, we're seeing a center play his first real snaps here. It's not pretty. Why do we go for that? You know, is there some math I'm missing here?
For Sanders, this is a fantastic run. I mean, he's got
Ward on him right here, ripping the shirt.
Went a long way, yeah.
Jordan Tyson, Carnell Tate, Antonio Williams, pick number 1. I don't know if they do that at pick 1.
Across the goal line, he's going to take a hit.
So he has a touchdown run to go with 2 touchdown passes. What else does he have up his sleeve? 300+ yards passing, a career day and his 3rd start for the 5th rounder.
Why? Yeah, I guess we're trying to win it in regulation. But why? Who do you think is worse, Ventrone or Prefer? Ventrone.
It was interesting that Cleveland wanted to go for 2 there, where they might have had an option on points with time remaining. Well, now if they score, they're going to have to go for 2. It's still really a 1 possession game.
Yeah, I don't like that decision to go for 2 there.
Conversion to force the tie.
I don't.
First, they have to play defense against the Titans.
Yeah, because you get 24 there. You're only down 7. I'd rather invest in the O-line than wide receiver depth. If your line is great, you can throw and run. I mean, I don't think it's an either or thing. I don't know why we keep having these conversations like it's either you can invest in the offensive line, either you can invest in the offensive wide receiver, or either you can invest in a quarterback. You can work on all 3. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't have to be one or the other. The Browns in this draft fixed running back, and they fixed linebacker, and they fixed defensive tackle. They fixed 3 things with 1 draft class on top of the free agent class. It's not an either or thing. We got to stop talking about it like it's either or. Fire Kevin. Why are they going for 2? I don't know. I would love to hear the explanation for it.
It's right here, and I really first down and run a little play action because you know the big thing here for the.
I don't know. I don't know whose call that was. Like, is that the play caller's call? I would have to imagine that's the head coach's call.
That's what's on the pallet.
But I don't get going for 2 there. Who gets fired for losing to 1-win Tennessee? I don't think anybody gets fired for losing to Tennessee, dude. We lost to the Jets earlier this season. Like, why do we think the Browns are like this playoff team right now? Why are we talking about them like they're a playoff team? They are another shitty team. If you're a shitty team and you lose to a shitty team, it's not really surprising. Feel like going for 2 down 14 has been a trend this year. Yeah, a lot of people have been doing it. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't get it. I get that the numbers even up. Oh, yeah, it's like 50-50 to go for 2. If you do 2, so you give yourself a chance to win the game in regulation. Like, I get it. I just kick the fucking field goal, man. Like, unless your kicker's hurt. Maybe that's it. Maybe Schmidt's hurt. Like, he tweaked the hamstring on a kickoff or something, and we just haven't realized it yet. But outside of that, I just don't see why. Yeah, but the Browns are going to get the ball back here pretty quickly with 3 minutes left.
Sanders already rallied them to 1 score. We'll have a chance here to do it again.
Well, like I said, I'd love to come out on first down, 10, run a little.
300 yards for Sanders, 2 touchdowns, a rushing touchdown, and an interception. Really up and down second half. The first half was pretty much as close as great as you can have. So, you know, up and down performance, but if he scores here, it'd turn into a great one. Please.
Grabs it at the 15 on the bounce. And out of bounds, 20-yard line. He won his first start, lost the 49ers start, and then here in his third, has done a number of things right.
Hey, Browns fighting back into this one, so they keep fighting.
Made some unbelievable dimes.
Sanders, Shador, legacy drive incoming. We'll see. Big drive for him, right? 2 minutes, 3 minutes left in the game.
Avoid the sack and find himself later.
Plus, you need a 2-point conversion.
First rookie quarterback with 300 passing yards, and the numbers we just mentioned. All in one game, and the rookie has a chance to create a tie here. Pass to Fannin.
Good cut from Fannin.
Will get a first down up to the 33.
There's a flag. Seems like every time Fannin breaks one for 10, there's a fucking flag. Okay, 15 plus. All right, we're in business. We're in business. Time's not a factor. Time's not a factor.
Penalties are killing the Titans here.
Yeah, Ward coming off right here, and he just gets his hand in the face right here as he defeats. Helmet to helmet, he get his hand on the face mask.
Jeffrey Simmons' reaction back there, he watched, but Fannin outstanding as he has 7 catches for over 100 receiving yards. Sanders will dump it.
All right.
So the 45 with Cleveland, excuse me, of Tennessee falling
We
inside.
can get another play off if we want to. If we want to run the ball, we can run it here. If we want to run the ball, we can run it here. If we want to run the ball, we can run it here. Man, what is going on with the cadence? Like this many false starts. Something's going on with the cadence.
False start number 72. Offense.
Yeah, what's going on with the cadence, man?
7 penalty against Cleveland, 10 penalties on Tennessee. Remember they had 10 last week. Second down, 8 now. Sanders throws and completes.
Just go for it.
And it is Barbadan. That'll
All right, take it to the 2.
take us to the 2-minute warning here. Crowd didn't like that tackle. Titans.
All right, take it to the 2. Got a chance to tie the game here. Really good stuff here in that late fourth quarter by Shedeur. Let's try to tie this game. We're going to check up with some scores here. It looks like the Ravens are going to lose to the Steelers here. 22-7. I mean, 27-22. The Broncos game just started. The Broncos got up 7-0 on the Raiders. Most of the 1 o'clock games have gone final. The Bills beat the Bengals 39-34. It looked like a beatdown for the Bengals. Bills swing back in the second half. Jaguars beat the Colts. The Vikings 31-0 on the Commanders. Dolphins 34-10 on the Jets. And the Saints beat the Buccaneers 24-20. So interesting results here. Browns trying to make a comeback. It's going to require them to get a touchdown and a 2-point conversion. So they're going to cross goal line twice. See if they can do it. Ooh.
The 99's Beat season finale, Wednesday on Fox.
Fox primetime hoops. Third-ranked Michigan is making their move in the Big Ten. But Maryland has eyes on taking it all the way. Michigan versus Maryland, Saturday 8 Eastern on Fox primetime hoops.
Today's game on Fox is sponsored by Geico. Switch and save. Get more with Geico.
Harold Fannin Jr., the third-round rookie from Bowling Green, has set the rookie tight end record receiving yards for Cleveland. Ozzie Newsom's record is shattered. 107 of those yards coming today with 7 catches. He may be the guy Sanders goes to in this drive on 3rd and 4.
Good job. Oh, he's up. There we go. There we go. There we go. At the 15. Let's get on. Let's get on the ball. Hey, we don't have to rush. We don't have to rush. We don't have to rush. Yeah.
Sets up Cedric Gray.
Let's get the right personnel.
Inside, beautifully delivered. Right there, bam.
Really good job. On time. This is more the Shedeur we saw in the first half, the last 2 drives here.
Great receiver coming out of the backfield.
And a great reception, a run after catch by Dylan Sampson. Face mask. Browns are coming real close here.
Horse collar, maybe.
Personal foul, face
Yep. Boy, the Titans are melting down right now, dude.
The Titans are committing.
I mean, like, it all goes back to them not scoring on that botched handoff, right? They get the ball there. Nobody touches the corner, and he gets just too tired to finish the play. Cost the Titans 2 points now. And I bet they're looking at that like, damn, bro, like, what the fuck? They'd be up 10 right now, right? The Browns really wouldn't be a threat, but they don't complete that play, and then they get in their own way. And then on top of that, Shador's making some of his best decisions of the day. And it's leading to, and it's really putting this win in question for the Tennessee Titans.
Got his hands up.
Win or lose, I'm ready for DG to get an opportunity. Talking about Dylan Gabriel?
Just off the fingertips.
Okay. All right, second and go. This is why I don't like going for down two scores. Now we have no choice but to do it.
Snow has eased up a bit.
I mean, you got to score first. Got to score first. They're going to send. There's going to be a quick decision here. Quick. He's got it. He's got it. Great catch by Fannin. Touchdown. All right, let's get to 2.
In your face.
Great job.
What a game, Sam.
Bro, great catch.
I wonder how Shador would look with first team reps in the offseason. You know, I remember people saying the same thing about like Joe Flacco in the offseason. Oh, he's going to get a full offseason with reps and he's going to look great. And it didn't look great. I don't want to project and add shit to it, right? Let's just go with what he's doing right now and then keep going with that. Big 2-point conversion here. They're going to go on Wildcat.
For the tie, no Shador. It's Judkins on the direct snap. He was supposed to pitch it.
Fuck me, dude. Are you serious?
Throw it, and he does, and it's incomplete. And the Titans hold him off.
It would have worked, too. It would have worked. It was fucking there. What happened?
A little bit too much on this one.
A little bit too much gadget here. A guy that's
Now, I get going to a gadget in that situation. Quincy forgot to fucking pitch it. Nah, I've been complaining about not running different stuff off of it. You want to run something different off of it. That would have worked. They completely sold out to the right side of the field. You got to just remember to fucking play if you're Quincy. But that's the risk of going Wildcat, man. And that's cool, boy. It's going to be a loud week in the fucking media for the Browns coaching staff, bro. Ooh, boy. It's going to be loud. Ooh, good luck.
Well, it's not over yet, but the onside.
Good fucking luck dealing with the media this week, bro. That's going to be, they're going to be furious about that one. I mean, it was a good call. I mean, it could have worked. But if you can't execute the call, if Quincy can't execute the call, then is it a good call? You know, schematically it would have worked, but damn, like you can't make the pitch. Hey, bro.
Andre Schmidt. We'll give it a shot. And on it, DK. He doesn't just return yards. He gathers in the football in clutch moments. Needed a little more bounce to try and create something there, but
Yeah. Hey, man.
Browns just with
Browns got 2 timeouts.
Pollard. Timeout. Cleveland will have 1 remaining. Packers Bears. What a surprise the Bears have been. I mean, you expected a turnaround. What a difference a head coach can make.
They're going to get ether for that. 12 was playing well. Yeah, I mean, it's not going to be a fun week in the media for them.
That wide handoff out there. Good job, Pollard, not getting himself forced out of bounds, getting down, eating up as much clock as possible.
It is going to be an interesting week.
Will ice it, but it may be too late anyway, depending upon what happens here. And that last timeout, it's a quick tackle and a quick timeout, Cleveland. So they are now out of timeouts. And even if you snap it running down 40 seconds, you're going to have to make a decision on a, you don't get the first on a 4th down, either kick or snap. What a game these two have had. Sanders, 365 yards.
It's an amazing game.
That's so not on the coaches for the call. I mean, look, the people are going to be mad just because you took Shedeur off the field there. And I think there's an argument. Shedeur was playing in those 2 drives really good football. And then you take him off the field to go to a short yardage look with Quincy that got stuffed earlier in the game. It's a tendency the Browns have had all season. It's paid off for them. They were going to run a reverse off of it. It looked like it would have hit, but he doesn't complete the pitch and you don't tie the game. And the reason you're even in that situation is because you didn't just kick the fucking extra point at the start here. Like there are a lot of weeks where I'll be willing to defend some coaching decisions because different play calls work, but I'm going to be honest, they coached themselves into that failure right there. Like they never had to be in the situation to go for 2 there. They really shouldn't have been in that situation. And that's the bigger issue here. Like they're going to be open to criticism and they deserve every bit of criticism they're going to get for how this game ended. Like it did not feel like I'm going to be honest, like watching it just did not feel like they wanted to win this game. Like it felt like they were okay with losing this. Like it's a terrible look for them, man. Like there's no way to make that look good. There just isn't. Quincy definitely forgot the play. It was a good call. Yes, I think that's what happened. Quincy forgot the play, or at least but you can't call that unless you have drilled that so much in the week prior that it's automatic. And it didn't look like that was something that they had prepped for a ton, because you can't forget that toss. I mean, you had a whole game break before then. There's not an excuse for Quincy to forget the toss there, but also it's like, hey, are you calling stuff in critical moments that you have practiced? Coach decided that Mendoza is bigger than this game. Hey, man, that was a way to lose that there's no protecting them from that, man. There's no protecting them from that. And look, the defense didn't play well in this one. That deserves to be talked about. The Browns offense turned the ball over entirely too much. That's something to talk about. But the fact is, this game should be in overtime right now, and it's not. And if we don't even got to go to the last 2-point conversion, go to the first extra point attempt. Well, the first touchdown that they got with 4:30 left. You score a touchdown with 4:30, you're not going to be in a rush situation. You can get the ball back fairly quickly. Why in the world would you not just kick the extra point there? Just keep Shedeur. Why take him out? If they had that play installed for that specific look with Quincy, maybe I'd understand it. but it looked like something they called out the back of the play sheet and not necessarily something that was in the game plan. I don't know. That one, there have been some games that have left a bad taste in your mouth for anybody trying to be charitable to this coaching staff. This one is probably the nastiest one, I'll be honest with you. Sanders looked great today. I think Sanders' first half was great. The third quarter was pretty suspect. But those last two drives in the fourth quarter were back to what he looked like in the first half. I think there's a lot of good to take away from what Sanders did today, right? Certainly stuff you want him to grow from, but look, this loss ain't on him. You know what I mean? There's no way you can blame that loss on him. This loss is squarely on the defense. No, it's on the defense, and it's on those decisions at the end of the game. Let's be real about it, right? There were also 2 turnovers, right? The offense gave the ball up to the defense, and the defense gave up, 14 points off turnovers? So it was a team effort, no doubt about it, right? Dylan Sampson fumble, the Shedeur interception, both very unnecessary plays. So that added to it. But the big thing here is just those 2 decisions at the end of the game that you just can't really reconcile with. Yeah, the running lane was so big, he could have walked in. Why did you just not? This is why you kicked the extra point. It's my point exactly. I just don't get the decision to go for 2 down 14. I just don't get that decision there in that moment. Like, if they had scored later into the clock, maybe, right? If they scored that touchdown maybe 3 minutes into the clock, I maybe understand it. But 4 minutes, 30 seconds left, you score that touchdown to get it into 7. Just play it straight. Just play it straight. Carlisle says, got the number 4 overall pick, and the Raiders still play the Giants. The Giants still play the Titans. Yeah, I mean, like, look, if the Browns lose out, they're going to have excellent draft position. They're going to be able to get whoever the fuck they want at the top of the draft. But, like, let's for a moment talk about something other than the draft here. We got plenty of time to do it. That was not like, I need an explanation on why that series of moves was called, plays were called, decisions were made. Because it just didn't feel like they were trying to win that game. It felt like they were trying to lose it. Like, have you seen enough from Shedeur? No, you're not going to see enough from one fucking game. But I've seen enough from Shedeur throughout his starts in Cleveland to say to myself, hey, he deserves to be a factor in the starting quarterback conversation next year. Does he stop you from drafting a quarterback? I've said this all year. How Shedeur plays, and if you draft the quarterback, it's not really going to make that much of a difference if you're in a position to draft one. But Shedeur has played well enough to where when we're talking about who should start week 1 next year, he's the first name on that list. The Sampson fumble, Shedeur drop snap, Judd screw up, just a series of mess ups, right? I forgot about the drop fumble, by the drop snap by Shedeur, but that was really on the center. So, just constant screw ups today. Constant screw ups in key situations. At the end of this game, it looked like 2 bad teams playing each other. And that's something. That's something. That is certainly something, man. Like, I'll say this, boy, if you did not want to bring back Kevin Stefanski, this is certainly solidifying that for you. Like, I don't see how your mind can be changed after that. Like, that's something. There's really no excuse there, man. Like, okay, taking those plays out, it was really nice to not see them roll over and die. I agree, Ray Rags. It was nice to see them show some fight. And it was nice to see them come back. But I want to be real careful of how I talk about stuff like that when you're playing a 1-win football team. Like, you shouldn't have to come back, right? But yeah, it was nice to see them not give up. And that's something. but you got to reward that effort. And if you're not rewarding that effort and they feel like they're being let down by the decisions you make, this is the kind of stuff that makes you lose the locker room, and that's a bigger picture there. Shador has played well enough that he can find someone to trade him to. No, I think you hang on to him if you're the Browns. Why trade him? You hang on. Somebody's going to have to play quarterback for this team next year. It's probably not going to be the guy they draft if they draft somebody. Why wouldn't you want that to be Shador after what you've seen? Torok says that has to be a tank move. What else makes sense? I would hate to think that they made a blatant decision to tank right there. But I just hate that I can't take that off the table. Like, I can't take it off the table. It feels like they made decisions to purposely make winning more difficult this week. And that's hard to really deal with right here. I'll be honest. That's incredibly frustrating to see. All right, let's get to the post-game show. Whew. Yeah, that was a really shitty way to lose, man. Bright side, this rookie class is truly a foundation to build upon. There's a lot of hope in Cleveland because of what they've done. Absolutely. Absolutely. Look, nothing about this season's positive as far as like for the rest of this year. The Browns season's cooked already. They're going to be eliminated from the playoffs after this one, but that was a long time coming. Yeah. All right, let's go ahead. There's really no way around that. That was a rough game to lose. Like, I know I'm going to hear a lot of reasons for why they did what they did at the end of this game. a lot of reminders of other mistakes that were happening. Dark Torch says you still think it's a good idea to draft the QB if what you've seen today and you keep shit on the roster. Guarantee. Look, man, I'm just telling you, if they have a top 5 grade on a quarterback and they have a pick there to get that guy, they're going to take a quarterback. You can feel about that how you want. That's just how it works in the NFL. Even when a team has Aaron Rodgers, they make that decision. So that's just what it's going to be. That's the reality of the NFL. But anyways, that was difficult. There's really no way around it. That was one of the most painful ways I've seen the Browns lose a football game in about a couple of years here. Maybe since like they blew that game to the Jets. And it's interesting too because they were never really in control of this game. Hey Q, our 2-time coach of the year sucks. I'm here about how you won 2-time coach of the year. Yeah, look, if you want to fire Kevin Stefanski before this game, you're never moving from that position after this one, right? A pretty good game from Shedeur Sanders, 23 of 42, 364 yards. 3 touchdowns, including a rushing touchdown. So 4 touchdowns total. Shedeur was pretty good in this game. Had the bad third quarter. He threw the interception. It looked a little shaky. But as I always say, I don't care if you throw an interception. How do you bounce back from the interception? Bounce back with 2 of his better drives of the season. So really happy with what you saw out of Shedeur. And we'll talk about that more in detail as the post-game show progresses on. Overall, it's one of the better showings from the Browns offense all season. Browns defense was actually pretty poor in this game. I thought they were just straight up bad. Gave up 165 yards on 25 carries and 2 touchdowns to Tony Pollard, including 2 big runs, chunk plays here to make up that total. Really didn't do a great job in coverage. Cam Ward was able to kind of get the ball out quickly whenever he wanted there. Not the game you wanted from the defense. Obviously, Brown special teams continues to be a disaster. There's a lot of other things that contributed, right? The botched snap by Luke Whippler on the first 2-point conversion, the miscommunication on the end around from Quincy Judkins, not tossing the ball when he needed to toss the ball. You can make this about the players if you want. I think the players were let down by the coaching staff today. Like, that's just how I feel about it. There's really no way around it, right? They were down 14, 5 minutes left. Shedeur pulls out 2 of the best drives he's had all season. We go for 2. I don't agree with the decision to go for 2. I know that analytics says you should go for 2, but I don't see the benefit, right? Because why not go to overtime when you're playing at home and elements you're more comfortable with than a football team from Tennessee? I get the arguments. I've heard the arguments. I know people who are in my mentions telling me, no, you got to think about this and that. I promise you I'm thinking about them. I don't really think that meant that the Browns should have done it, because let's be honest here about what happened on that first 2-point conversion. You know what? Let me start this one off, right? So there's a lot of things to talk about when it comes to this game. We could talk about some of the mistakes that were made on special teams, some of the mistakes that were made in the third quarter by the offense, some of the mistakes that were made by the Cleveland Browns defense. I don't think this was a great effort from the Browns as a complete unit. The defense was not as good as it usually is. Special teams was especially poor today. The only thing that was better than average today was actually the offense for most of the game. So you got to give credit to them. One of their better games, and it's unfortunate that they didn't get supported by the rest of the team when they played better. But I thought there were some really poor coaching decisions made in this game. I thought that there just this wasn't the best game. I thought there were some really poor coaching decisions made in this game. I thought there were some really poor, just regular efforts there by the defense here. So let's get into it, right? Let's talk about what everybody's going to want to talk about, and it's the coaching decisions to end this game. And I just don't think there's a way around it, right? Like, there is no way around blaming the fact that this game didn't go into overtime on Kevin Stefanski 100%. There just isn't. There's no way around it. It's 100% on Kevin, right? He decides that they go for two. He decides what the decision is there, right? Now, you can blame some of the lack of two-point conversion, the fact that you didn't convert these two-point conversions. You can try to blame it on the players here, but I just don't think it's enough. Like, yeah, you get the botched snap from Luke Whippler on the first two-point conversion, and that cost you your chance to tie the game. But think about what you're risking by going for two in that situation. The Browns were down 14. They had scored with 5 minutes and 30 seconds left in the game, or 4 minutes and 30 seconds left in the game. And then you go for two. The idea being, you know, two-point conversions hit at about a 50% rate. If you get that two-point conversion down 14, you then put yourself in a situation where you can potentially decide to tie or win the game on a two-point conversion with your score at the end of the game. I get the logic behind it. I don't think it fit what the Browns situation was to go with that decision, right? I know the first, like, it's an analytic thing and people they think it's really smart. And I think in certain situations it can be smart. But when you are a young football team that has a tendency to get in your own way, when you are a young football team that's not that experienced, when you are a young football team that's not that experienced in short yardage situations, I find it hard to believe that going for two down 14 is the best decision possible for this football team. Yes, I know what the numbers are. For the people who are going to endlessly remind me what the numbers are. But also remember what this team is right now on offense. They're an extremely young and inexperienced group that got even more inexperienced at the end of the game because your veteran center got hurt. And think about what you risked by going for two down 14. Because if you go for two there, the center fumbles the snap. Tennessee picks up the ball, and they almost score on the two-point conversion. So they almost got your 2 points for the conversion. And if Tennessee would have done that, they would have gone up 16. Well, no, they would have gone up 9, and that would have ended the game. So I get the math, I get why, but you gotta control for mistakes being made when you have a team this young and this inexperienced, and let's be honest, this shitty at goal line situations this year. You just have to factor in for that. I thought they should have kicked the field goal and tried to tie the game in regulation. They go for two. Now they're forced to go for two if they score again. Shedeur does a great job getting down the field, and we'll talk about how well Shedeur played in this game after we get through this part of the video. But Shedeur does a great job, right? Bounces back from a bad interception in a bad third quarter, does a great job in the last two drives, getting you downfield, making plays to get this game in a position to win. They scored a touchdown. The big talking point is going to be that they took Shedeur off the field, right? They took Shedeur off the field to go to a wildcat look. It's something they've done in short yardage all year. They did it earlier in this game. And then they try to run a reverse off of it. Now, what people are going to point out, and I think there is some validity to this, is that the end around would have scored if Quinshawn simply remembers the play call and tosses the ball. And the game is tied, no problem. And I think there is some truth to that, right? The game would be tied. There wouldn't be a problem. But why are you forced to take the 2-point conversion there? Why are you leaving it up for another mistake from a young team that struggled in goal line to do it again. When you could have kicked the extra point and taken that element out of this comeback. I get what the numbers say, but you gotta control for what you have on the team. And it felt like they lost sight of that. And what ended up happening was a rookie mistake. Well, not a rookie mistake, an inexperienced mistake from your center costs you that first 2-point conversion. And then a inexperienced mistake from your running back, Quincy Judkins, cost you the second 2-point conversion. We can say that those players need to execute better, and there's some truth to that. But the reality is that the coaching staff can't put these guys in that situation when they're not ready for it. If Quincy's not ready for that play call, you can't call it. You especially can't take the quarterback off the field to go to it. If Luke Whippler, who had looked shaky already going into that drive, going into that 2-point attempt, can't get the snap off, then you got to understand that you got to just do the path of least resistance. There's no way to flip it, shake it, where the Browns coaching staff looks like they made good decisions here. They're going to get fried by everybody in the media, and they deserve it. If you wanted to fire Kevin Stefanski before this game, you're never going to be sold off that position unless he wins the Super Bowl or something like that, right? Like he is at Ryan Day's third loss to Michigan levels of people want him fired. And that's fair, right? And if you want to keep Kevin, I imagine this makes you feel very uncomfortable about that decision. Horrific display from the coaching staff today. Horrific. I'm not a blame the coaching staff person. You watch my videos. If you watch my videos, you know I'm not a blame the coaching staff person. But this is all on the coaching staff. No doubt about it. This game should at least be tied. This is on them, right? Were there other mistakes made in the game? Defense wasn't playing well. I would agree with you on that. Were there mistakes made by Shedeur? He threw the one interception, sure. Should that have cost you the game? No. Dylan Sampson fumbles the ball. They get 14 points off turnover. So if you don't turn the ball over, you do win the game. But still, you should have still been able to win the game despite those mistakes. There's no way around it. The coaching staff cost you this game. There's no way around it. I can be as charitable as possible, and there's still no way around it, right? That's what it was. They cost you this game. And people are going to be furious about it, and they deserve to be furious about it. And this is going to stick in people's mind, right? Now let's talk about how Shedeur played in this game. I thought Shedeur was actually really good in this game, especially in the first half. Here's what I really like about what Shedeur has done so far in his run in Cleveland. He hasn't gotten a ton of games, but what we have seen is constant improvement, right? Constant improvement. And not so great situations to improve, like his pocket presence. Brown's offensive line has been going through a lot of churn, a lot of injuries, right? But he finds a way to get better at that week by week. I thought in the first half, he was on schedule, on time, accurate, really good, going through his progressions. They were still keeping it simple, but they opened it up a little bit more. And I thought that Tommy Rees had a really good game plan for him. It did a really good job getting him to his spots. I think overall, right, because my gripes with the calls that were made here aren't really the play calls. My gripe with the coaching staff is special teams coach Bubba Ventrone's got to go, and Kevin Stefanski, again, I've wanted to fire him for like half the season at this point. Now, I want to wait to the end of the season to do that, but this is a pretty nail in the coffin game for him. I don't know if he can come back from it, but those decisions at the end of the game that are the coach, right? Tommy Rees doesn't control whether you go for it on fourth down. Tommy Rees doesn't control if you go for two. That's a Kevin decision. Kevin made those decisions. Those are the decisions that hurt the Browns. I thought Tommy Rees did a really good job with the offense today because he really put Shedeur in some spots to be successful. So Tommy Rees, good job. Kevin Stefanski, yeah, it's pretty much over. So that is where we are with those two. But yeah, I thought Tommy Rees did a really good job. I thought Shedeur did a really, really good job. Some really nice throws here. Third quarter, it started to get a little up and down in the third quarter, right? I think he missed like 10 throws in a row. Then he threw the interception right after a really nice throw to Harold Fainin Jr. And it looked like, we're going to see like the Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde thing from last week with Shedeur. But the Browns were able to force a field goal for the Tennessee Titans on one of those drives that kept it to only be 14. And then Shedeur on those last two drives, I thought he was excellent. Really did a good job just playing within himself, being calm, not trying to get all 14 points back on one throw, being patient, waiting for the lanes to open up. Yeah, some of that drive, both those drives were penalty assisted by the Tennessee Titans. But overall, if you came into this wanting to look at Shedeur Sanders' development, I think you walked out of it feeling pretty good. Are there some caveats that you got to throw out there? Sure, right? The Tennessee Titans are 1-11. So they're not the best team in the world. And Shedeur's two best games have come against the two of the few teams that are ahead of the Browns in the draft order. And that is something to consider, right? When he played the 49ers, it looked a little shaky. When he played the Ravens, it looked a little shaky. Titans, Raiders, it looks better, but those two teams are just not that good. The rest of the month, we're going to see Shedeur go up against teams in the playoff conversation. They're going to play the Chicago Bears. They're going to play the Cincinnati Bengals. I don't know if Cincinnati's in the playoff conversation anymore. So Cincinnati, not in the playoff conversation. But Pittsburgh, and then they're going to play the Buffalo Bills. So we'll see how he performs for these last 4 weeks of the season. I think at the very least, Shedeur has played good enough to justify never seeing Deshaun Watson in a Cleveland Browns uniform. And I know there's a lot of folks who still want to justify trading Shedeur in the offseason, but I think Shedeur is going to be a heavy factor in who's going to be the starter week one. And I think he's played well enough to where I say, hey, next year, regardless of what you do in the offseason at the quarterback position in the draft, right, if you still want to draft a quarterback or if you still have the opportunity to, and you decide that's what you want to do, Shedeur should be the week one starter next year. So he's going to get more opportunity to play than just this season. I don't know if you just bet the whole farm on him. This was a pretty good performance, but got to take it in perspective, right? Careers aren't made off of what you do versus a 1-11 Titans team. You got to see more than that. And you got to sit against better competition than the Titans. If you do, then that might change the conversation a little bit. But, really good game from Shedeur. Thought a really poor coach game, really poor decisions made by Kevin Stefanski in this one. Even like his challenge flag decisions this week were pretty bad. I'd say like this is a bad day for Kevin. Kevin was terrible in this game. Tommy Rees, thought Tommy Rees was fine in this one. Bubba Ventrone, I haven't gotten a bitch about the special teams coach today because Kevin was so awful at the end of this game. But yeah, man, special teams continues to be one of the biggest laughing stocks in all of football. Gage Larvin fumbled the ball on a punt return, gave the ball up there. We had a muff punt. I don't know what else there is to say about Bubba Ventrone other than he needs to be fired at the end of the season. But that's just where they are at. If we're looking at this from a draft perspective, because I know a lot of you, especially after watching the Big Ten Championship, are looking at the draft and looking at the tankathon and saying to yourself, hey, there's a silver lining here. This means the Browns are a 3-10 football team. The New Orleans Saints won today, so that pushes the Browns into the top 4. And the Las Vegas Raiders, the New York Giants, and the Tennessee Titans all at 2 wins. Keep in mind, I think the Raiders and Giants play each other. So more than likely, there's going to be another 3-win team in the mix. And I think that it's likely that all of these teams, or that a lot of these teams get to 3 wins. Some of these teams get to 4 wins, right? Most teams get to 3 wins, even if they're terrible. So the Browns, they're in position to get a top 5 pick for sure. They could get a top 2, top 3 pick. They're in pretty good position to do that. What they do with that selection, I'm sure people will debate all summer. I'll be a part of it. But yeah, I mean, this loss does serve the purpose of making their draft life potentially a lot easier. We'll see what happens. The Browns' schedule down the way, it's not very easy. The Bengals are probably the worst team that they play, but that's in Cincinnati. The Browns haven't won that game in a couple of years. They play Pittsburgh and Cleveland. Pittsburgh hasn't won that game in a couple of years, but Pittsburgh's playing way better football than the Browns right now. And then the Buffalo Bills, and they also play the Chicago Bears in Chicago. So, and Chicago's the 1 seed in the NFC right now. So, we'll see what happens with the draft order. It's going to change rapidly over the next month. And we'll see what our feelings are by the time we get to the end of the season, because it's possible that Shedeur throws for a bunch of yards, puts up, some incredible numbers at the end of the season versus some playoff teams, and we say to ourselves, we're good at quarterback. It's possible that Shedeur does good, and we still say we want that quarterback at the top of the draft because we think the quarterback coming out could be elite. Or it's possible that, he looks shaky, they take a quarterback, and that's just what they do. It's a lot of possibilities still on the board. I wouldn't lock yourself into one of those. But yeah, man, the Titans were playing some pretty bad football coming into this. The Browns lost. I mean, this isn't the first time this season they've done it. They lost to the Jets. There's really not much else to say here, right? Like, you can let me know what you think in the comments and we'll go through it. But yeah, it's just not pretty here. All right, let's go through some of the comments. YS guy, I can't no longer give Stefanski the benefit of the doubt. This is a number of other losses. Coaches continue to try to be the smartest guy on the room. How many games have led to halftime would losing? How many games have we led at halftime? I think Kevin's record at halftime leading is pretty good overall, but I mean, there's no way around it. Kevin blew this game today, right? And it's on top of the offense looking like shit for 2 years. It's on top of Kevin not looking very creative on offense either. There's really no way around it, dude. Like, this is a Kevin Stefanski loss, man. Even if you're Kevin's biggest fan, like, I don't know how you can sit here and be like, yeah, man, that loss wasn't on Kevin, or people are being rough on Kevin this week. No, people are going to be tough on Kevin this week. People are going to suggest that he should get fired. And I really don't think there's a good defense. Like, straight up, there's just not a good defense of Kevin this week. He was bad in this game. And like, he only has a few responsibilities. Like, everything else about the offense that Kevin didn't have his hand on was good in this game, right? Like, the play calling was good. I thought the structure, the game plan was really good. Like, Tommy Reese looked good in this one. Kevin didn't. It's like, what do you think? What do you think that means? Let's see here. All right, so Dark Torch, yet you would hold on to Shedeur, guaranteeing a terrible situation for both quarterbacks? I don't think it's a terrible situation for both quarterbacks. I think there is what people think of Shedeur because of his fans, and there's what Shedeur actually is. I think Shedeur can handle being on this team, even if the Browns draft a quarterback at the top of next year's draft. I think he is emotionally mature enough. I think he is a smart enough person to navigate that. I think Shedeur will be fine in that situation. And I think Shedeur has the chance to, do a Drew Brees, right, and get a bag and then go to somewhere that really, really wants him, or potentially pull off a Brock Purdy and just take the job. But I don't see why you would just trade Shedeur right now. Like, he showed enough promise to hang on to him, even if you do want to consider a quarterback at the top of the draft this year. I think Shedeur can handle it. I don't think some Browns fans can handle it. I don't know if, like, that's who's going to have a tough time. But Shedeur, I mean, he handled the Dylan Gabriel thing gracefully. He'll be fine in this kind of a situation. He looked better than the number 1 pick, Cam Ward. Hey, look, man, I'm not a big Cam Ward guy, so it's not going to take much to impress me there over Cam Ward. How do you get the game-tying decision to your rookie running back rather than your quarterback? Yeah, I mean, everything he did at the end of the game was questionable there. It's fair to question. James P. says, should Shedeur fans really be mad that the coach trusted him on that 2-point conversion? I know Browns fans are, but isn't the coach trusting him a good thing? What are you saying there, James? So should Shedeur fans be mad that the coach trusted him on that 2-point conversion? But they took him off the field. I don't get your point there. I might just be missing something there. But yeah, I mean, if I were a Shedeur fan and I just watched Shedeur go down the field 2 times and score touchdowns, and yeah, the snap got fumbled on the first 2-point conversion, and then he gets taken off the field there, I'd be pretty upset. And I think that's justifiable. I don't think the issue this week is Shedeur fans, y'all. Like, they're not the problem this week. The problem is the coach staff, okay? Like, they're not the problem. You know what I mean? They're going to complain about Shedeur being taken off the field here. This week, they're correct to complain about that. 2 weeks ago, they weren't because the Browns scored touchdowns when Quincy was out there. This week, no, they should complain. They should complain. Now, if you're talking about the first 2-point conversion where they didn't hit, it's hard to tell if they actually trusted Shedeur or not because they never got the playoff. So I don't know if that was a run or not. You know what I mean? So like, yeah, maybe if they got the snap off and Shedeur like missed the throw there or something like that, maybe we got something to talk about, but the center fumbled the snap. So I guess I get your point, but I don't think it sells, bro. Torok Booman says, if Kevin doesn't lose his job, it's tanking. The fans deserve better. The players deserve better. Kev lost a lot of supporters today. Yeah, there's no doubt about it, right? There's going to be a lot of reasonable people who are willing to stick with Kevin throughout all this who aren't going to stick with him through that. And I think that's fair. I think that's 100% fair. They're tanking for Fernando. They had no plan on winning this game. That's not really acceptable, though, right? Like, that's just not acceptable. Like, you can try to take advantage of draft position, but if you're in a position to win a game and you blatantly punt on it, what player is going to want to play for that coach anymore? Like, it's not even if you think that they were tanking for Fernando there, dog. There's just it's not acceptable. It's not acceptable. There's no way around it. The first 2-point conversion made no sense. It's still a 2-score game, regardless of getting it or not. I was screaming why on the first 2-point. I get why they did the 2 snap penalties in this game. Why put yourself in a position where you're a pre-snap penalty or a snafu away from disaster? Torok Booming says, if it was a tank move, it is Kevin's fault. A what if? Is it Kevin's fault? Here's what I think. If this was a blatant move to lose games to try to secure a draft spot, everybody in the building should be fired and tried on fraud charges. Like, it's not an excuse. If you're in a position to win a game, you can't just punt on winning it because you want a draft pick. I don't think that's what happens. That's what happened there. I think they got too smart for their own good. How to live says, I understand tanking if the division wasn't close enough to win, But honestly, if we won this game, no, man, we're not winning the fucking division. I'm sorry. I'm not about to cope myself into thinking we can win the fucking division. We ain't winning the division, dude. We weren't, even if we beat the Titans, we weren't winning the goddamn division. Either way, like, that's not why I think tanking is unacceptable. It's not because I thought we can win the division. I don't care about that. I just think that your integrity matters in a situation like that. Like, straight up. That's the part that matters, right? Your integrity matters as a coach. And if you're making a decision that's not about winning games right now, to the 53 guys on that field, you have lost your integrity. You can't do that because you're trying to potentially put yourself in a good position in the draft. I don't care if it's Andrew Luck coming out. Like, if you want to make decisions and have the front office play different people because that's what you're prioritizing, fine. But blatantly making decisions to not win games, if that is what happened, then Kevin has no integrity. He has no credibility, and everybody involved should be fired. There's no excuse for it, even if it's tanking, especially if it's tanking. If the tank was Jimmy's call, are we just doomed? I don't think Jimmy's that fucking involved. I don't think that they were trying to tank at the end of the game. I think they're just stupid. Okay? Like, I think they just made some dumb decisions. Like, I truly don't think it's a conspiracy. The Browns are a shitty team. They've made shitty decisions all year. It really does not require an explanation. Tanking would be, Ray Rag says, tanking would be starting Bailey's app, right? Like, they didn't start Bailey's app. They weren't trying to tank. They were trying to win this game with what they put out there. And the decisions made at the end of it were just so questionable that people are actually putting it on the table that they were tanking. And that's not good for Kevin. Like, that tells you how bad these decisions were. Like, I know some people are trying to like twist around and try to find a way where they can justify wanting to keep Kevin. It's just not there, bro. It's not there. It's not there, bro. Like, it's just not. It's not. And that's just what it is, man. That's just the reality. You know, there were a million ways the Browns could have lost this game this week that wouldn't have bothered me. Because you could convince me about the long-term picture and, yeah, you know, you need to make sure you got different things. There were a million ways the Browns could have lost. This was the one way it could have pissed me off. The one way it could have pissed me off. Unbelievable. I want to thank Bleacher Report for joining me today. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Y'all have a good one. All right. Got another super chat. Bubba and Kevin got to go. Draft offensive line and wide receiver. They're certainly going to do that in the offseason, regardless of what they do at the top. They're going to do that. All right, y'all. Had a great time streaming. This was going to be a fun stream. It turned into a very unfun stream. But y'all have a great day. Have an even better night. Peace.